gold and orthoclase and cobaltite was like the only materials we had in the entire fort. So things are a little weird right now. Banana's in prison because I missed a production order. Good evening, Blood Cat. Sorry, I just had to make sure that the cat behind me isn't typing. But Longdeath is in the year 382. There is somebody on YouTube who requested a name, but I think they requested a name for the Crimson Pulley, so we will wait for the Crimson Pulley to give them that name. But we have 44 dwarves in the fort. But the total population is 54, which is actually the best population we've had in a very long time, so I'm very happy about that. The named dwarves in the fort currently are Pilot Axon Quivenir, Little M. Katsu, Anthony Banana, who's in prison, sorry, Balinor Navy, Nanochip Moffry, Diamond Destruct, Anonimo, Massive, Aqua, Letharticus, The Scoid, Reinhardt, Don Caribou, Zindros, Blue Space Weeb, Oswix, Dragon, Rory, Paranoid Metroid, LaFonda, Zetsuki, Doit, Taylebi, Jimmy Tibby, Tygo, Cryvon, Whitcode, Arch, Stone, Volleylol, Balano, why can't I say Bellinair's name? Bellinair, Malden, IDZ, Athros, Mar, Space Pirate, Crabicus, Merc, Elomino, Red Octobear, Hoshan, and of course Cussie. Still Captain of the Guard, yeah. I mean, you got demoted briefly, but still Captain of the Guard. You got demoted because you had to go to prison for reasons. But that's Longdeath currently. Frame rate's a little low and has been a little low for a little bit. Not entirely sure why. The fortress is very passive. The only thing that we're really doing right now is making things look pretty. Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. I made a little Ukraine flag up here for many reasons. How does one request a name? You raise your hand when a baby is born because this fort only gets new people when babies are born. So be somebody who hasn't had a name before and raise your hand when a baby is born. I obviously, like, there are people like Aqua the Third and Quivenir the Second and Little Cassie the Second, Pilot the Third, because there was no new people around at the time. So yeah, getting into Longdeath is difficult. My other fort's much easier. Longdeath, kind of difficult. But I do have merchants, but the merchants are not actual members of the fort. So like I have Doit and Tele that are all merchants. The merchants are invited to the fortress, so they don't live as long because they're older and they can't do half the jobs, so they're more likely to get mad and tantrum. So you could have one of those, but if you want to be like a member of the fort proper, you have to wait for a child to be born. How much longer does Banana have in prison? All those dead and missing? Oh, one more day in prison. Yeah, the dead and missing gets intense after a while. After a while. Ironically, most of this is livestock and dwarves. Migrants? We haven't had those since year 126 was the last migrant wave. I mean, the fortress is currently 377 years old, and we haven't had a migrant wave since the year 126. And we'll never get another migrant wave. It's hard-coded. Bug is the wrong word. Design choice. I need to make sure that we pulled the lever to shut off the waterfall. Yes, okay. The last of the water is draining. Because water draining, bad when it freezes. Because then I've got a lot of mud to clean up. Slaughtering a bunch of our livestock right now. Weaving thread, all that good stuff. Well, I have a cap at 60, so I can't have more dwarves in my fort. I can read basic German, or whatever it's worth, Bloodcat. With the Steam release, you hope that you get some challenging achievements to chase after. I wouldn't get too excited about that. I mean, I hope that there will be achievements, but I'm prepared to be disappointed with the achievements, at least initially. But yeah, Black Hole and Deep Space, the more dwarves that you have, the worse your frame rate. And because old forts like this one, the frame rate does just kind of naturally go down over time. Like the frame rate in this fort's pretty consistently around 30. Like it actually just sped up by a couple frames. It's pretty consistently around 30, but it would probably be closer to 20 or 15 if I had 200 dwarves at this point, which while it would still be playable, time would move a lot slower. But an issue with having more dwarves as well is you can get attacked and invaded, and eventually like all the goblins will start raiding you from all the way around the world. Yeah, I mean, this fort's laggy because of the 50,000 blocks and stuff like that we've made. Not because the game runs poorly. FPS death is largely a myth, in my opinion, and kind of a non-concern. But I mean, like, it is possible if you have no idea what you're doing and get dwarves stuck in places, but if you know how to play the game, you'll never lose a fort to frame rate death. Like, yes, the game will naturally slow down like any city builder or town builder or colony game. The game will slow down, but it'll remain playable as long as you're smart about what you're doing. I mean, there's never been a point where this fort's become unplayable. I've never had a fort become unplayable with the exception of errors. We've traded more mudstone than most forts ever mined, and that was all done in 2020. Yes. We had what? It was like 12,000 mudstone boulders at one point in the fort. But not to stop FPS death, but it's actually the reason the population is low is to stop invasions. Because we don't want to get invaded by goblins, and we don't want to be at war with elves. We don't want to get attacked by humans. We just want to remain neutral, and that has been kind of the status quo for the fort for like the entirety of it. We do have all sorts of little fun stories between the dwarves, but this fort has largely been peaceful. One of the neatest parts about having such an old fort is like their entire family trees are often in the fort. This family's a lot smaller because they came from one of the recent merchants, but like if I go to this, if I find a dwarf who was born in the fort who then got married and had kids, you'll see some pretty interesting family trees pretty quickly, like this one. Who Bluewater and Tiny Goliath was their parents. Their grandparents were also in the fortress. All of their cities and their marital grandparent as well as all of their aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews, and then all of their friends. Like, this kind of thing is really neat to see, especially when you start getting, like, dwarves with a lover who are also married, who their grandparents are still in the fort. Like, that kind of shit is really fun to watch. Do quantum stockpiles make a difference? I don't like quantum stockpiles, so I'm not the person to ask. Generally, I find they make frame rates worse. But that's just my experience. Did I have a werebeast? No. No. I think there was some werebeast outbreaks in this world, and I can't remember if we got any super early. But werebeasts are a non-issue. If you know how to deal with werebeasts, it's super easy to deal with them. Yeah, the world was year 5 when we started. So, I mean, there is a vampire in this fort, but he's locked in the walls. His name's Zaloro. He's been in the walls for... hold up. I can actually tell you. What year did you become a vampire? Vampire? Nope, not that deity. Hold on. I need to find the red rocks. A deity. I'm looking for a specific deity. I can't find now. This is weird. Would have thought I would have found... Oh, there. Maybe, is that it? Yeah, Shin, Rust, and Amber, the red rocks. Cursed Zaloro in the year 121. So, basically, since the year 121, 122, that dwarf has been in that prison cell. How did I trap them? I didn't. They ate one of my humans, or one of my dwarves got eaten by them, murdered. We put him in prison. And then when he got released from prison, I tried to give him a pick to help him mine into his own section of the fort and then seal himself off so that we could keep him alive and let him live his own life. But he murdered, I want to say it was one more in that time. And then got put back in prison and almost immediately went berserk when he was put back in prison. And since then, he's been in prison. Like, he's been in prison since. Like, he went berserk, and when somebody goes berserk in prison, they can't be released from prison. And they also, well, I mean, they can, but if they're released from prison, they'll just get beaten to death. So I just sealed the wall off and disallowed the chain, basically, or forbid it so that the dwarves wouldn't release it. And he just lives there. And he's been there ever since. He's kind of an insurance policy because, like, using this vampire, if I were to drop things on him to squish him or put a spike under him, we could make him into a blood well, and we could designate that as a water source and turn all my dwarves into vampires. That's kind of an insurance policy if the fort goes completely south to keep the fort alive. Worst case scenario things that I don't want to do, mind you. But I'm keeping him kind of as an insurance policy. Yeah, the guy's been he's been insane for so long. All of his clothes have rotted off of his body. Release him at year 1000. Well, it would be the year 1005, but probably drop a boulder on his head in the year 1005. Crush him. And also Chico Nobrico. It is good to see you. How are you doing? How's things, man? Sorry, I was on a bit of a wamble about that. You use them quantum stockpiles a lot, but you really want to get away from them. Can you show me how you've got my stockpile set up? You know, honestly, Tekud's probably a better person to talk to about stockpiles. Maybe. Because I'm just really fucking lazy. And I'm more lazy in this fort than I am with the Crimson Police stuff. The Crimson Police stuff, I worry more about my stockpiles. Like, I don't worry about linking stockpiles or any of that. I just put large stockpiles in places where I need them and then delete them as I don't need them anymore. And I use wheelbarrows to transport things. Like, these are just, like, general craft stockpiles for trading. This is a damaged goods. So, basically, items that are of low quality go into this one, and then this one's also just another generic finished items. These are furniture stockpiles for the same purpose, for trading. And then I just usually have stockpiles close by whatever task is being done. So I've got, like, I've got cloth and stuff here and thread. I've got, yeah, I'm not really the person to ask about stockpiles, unfortunately. I'm not the most picky with them myself. I mean, I don't feel bad about that dwarf. Autumn has come, so the game's saving. I don't feel bad about that dwarf vampire. Zoloro deserves it, but what's funny is Zoloro comes into the chat sometimes and checks to make sure that dwarf's still there. He goes, is my dwarf still alive? And I go, yep. And he goes, excellent, everything according to plan. Excellent. Claims he'll still be the downfall of my fort one day, but I beg to differ. We will see. We will see. One thing I am a little not worried about, but one thing that I was kind of thinking about, though, is this new schedule is going to make it rather difficult for me to get time into Longdeath, to a point where I do wonder if I will ever actually finish this series. Animal, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been all right. Hopefully you didn't miss me too much on, like, the days when I was away. Apparently, wasn't expecting that to play sound. Holy Fuck has their tour dates out. For anybody who cares. Just making sure they haven't changed my tour date. I think that they may have, like, canceled my show, which makes me sad. But, where is it? Nope. It's still the same day. Phew. I mean, you could say that. Animal, you could say that. But, because it is now fall, the humans have arrived with their annual shipments of stuff for us. Look at this guy moving so fast. I love how, like, the seasons change and, like, the frame rate doubles. Happens sometimes. You've been addicted to haiku poems lately? So you're one of those horrible people on Reddit? Like, my least favorite people on Reddit are the people who respond to everything I say in haikus. It's like the fastest way to make me unreasonably angry is just respond to everything I say in a haiku. I hate it. I don't know why, but they just make me mad. You just only tweet in haiku? Okay, noted. I will never follow you on Twitter. Your DF training bucket list has these left: patrol routes, misgeneration, minecarts, and rails, catapults, and ballista. You can skip catapult. Catapults are kind of useless. It's like, have you ever used rock traps? Catapults are like less effective rock traps because they're easier to dodge. Ballista, on the other hand, very deadly. Not anywhere near as annoying as haikus. I don't believe I've ever encountered somebody who responds to everything I say in limericks, so... You've heard that, but for completeness, you thought that you'd give them a whirl. Oh yeah, no, they're fun. Definitely give them a whirl. You know, you can hurl some boulders. The thing that I find catapults are useful for is for making baddies dodge off of a walkway. They're not so useful for actually killing things. So like, if you have like maybe a 2-tile wide walkway with traps on it, and they're dodging around in the traps, if you're also firing extra boulders at them, they can be helpful in that way. But like, even the boulders hitting things, it's not that effective. It's really not the like most effective method of killing stuff. So it's like they're more useful as a method of knocking things off of a ledge than they are as a method of, you know, obliterating something out of existence. Seeing things that are thirsty. We got plenty of boots. We're good. I think that after this current session of animals getting slaughtered, I'm going to give the dwarves a cleaning break over the winter, because I've been doing a lot of work on this colored floor here. When invaders bring catapults? Yeah, I mean, I still wonder if we'll ever actually see that. Or see that anytime soon, because I don't think it'll be anytime soon, but yeah, I do agree. You know, Tarn's been talking about better sieges since 2009. Have you listened to any of DF Talk? Because like the old Dwarf Fortress podcast that became very inconsistent around 6 years ago, started back in 2009, and it's interesting listening to him talk about like guild halls and religions and temples in like 2009, which didn't get added to the list for literally a decade. He's like, yeah, I'll have these done in 6 months. Or like, we're looking to have like guilds in the game by the end of the year. It's like 2010. It's like, huh. You have a long list of those to play. Yeah, I've been re-listening to them. I think I've listened to most of them in the past. Like, I keep having these weird deja vu moments of, I think I've listened to this before. Because I used to listen to them at work, but it is interesting. Yeah, so like the plan for Longdeath is we're gonna use this as like a warm-up port. So we'll do like 2 to 4 hours of Longdeath at the beginning of the we're gonna do Longdeath at the beginning and then switch to the more exciting forts in the afternoon. You just keep listening to the DF talk with all the myth gen stuff. Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, at this point now, in my opinion, and I don't want to talk down to the old DF talk stuff, but I feel like my YouTube videos with Tarn have kind of replaced DF talk. Oh, you need to go for a sec? I'll be back in a minute. I'll just screenshot this stuff first, Stone, then if you need to go. Popping this on Discord. Oh, you're back? Never mind. I was just screenshotting it for you, but scroll. But yeah, no, I agree with that feel. Also, if anybody's curious about the sounds that we are listening to, or listening to this audio generator. It's very faint. It's kind of designed to be ambient and backgroundy enough that if you want to just listen to your own music, you can. And you said minute, you meant it. Fair enough. I'm going to assume that you've got this one. Let me know if you need me to pop it back up. All right, so we're also going to put a bunch of things away. Stone currently is training, by the way, if you're wondering, Stone. He's 48 years old, doing pretty well. A little bit frustrated after being unable to take it easy for so long. One of the problems with this fort is because it's so big, it actually, we're going to take them off of training. Because this fort is so large, it takes us, like, literally years to put stuff away sometimes. So the dwarves do get really long stints of no breaks. I can safely say for the first time in a while, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. The 3-day weekend very much helped. Very much helped. Hell yeah, you know, the good stuff. But I think that the craziest thing about is playing at New Yormos in Seattle. I'm seeing them in a venue called the Fortune Sound nightclub, which I've never been to before, Aqua, which upon doing some research has a capacity of 75. And they're still selling tickets to that show. And when it was originally supposed to happen, they were still selling tickets for that show. And I'm led to believe that literally nobody bought tickets for that show. So I'm under the impression that there's going to be nobody there. And I'm very, 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 very hopeful that there's going to be nobody there. Because I want a private show with my favorite band. God damn it. Hey, Rayleigh. What's up? I think I said that right. The H is kind of throwing me off. If I butchered that, I'm sorry. But hello. Welcome to some Longdeath. You know, I'll be honest with you, Aqua. If this was normal times and there wasn't a pandemic happening and I had more money than brains, I would go see them in Vancouver, Victoria, Bellingham, and Seattle. Maybe Portland as well. If this was normal times still. But I don't really feel comfortable leaving the country right now. But that's not even because of pandemic anymore. That's just because I don't know what the world's going to look like in 2 weeks. There's just so much uncertainty right now. Fairly long council tribute? Yeah, well, I mean, you've had long breaks between having to do all kinds of work, you know? The king, Massive, which is the funniest name for a king, wants us to make 1 pick and 2 crutches. Gotcha, boss. But it feels tenderness. Remember bringing somebody to bed. That is a good memory to have, tenderness. I like that. All right, we need to make 1 pick and 2 crutches and 2 doors. Oops, I hit 3 instead of 2. That's fine. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about the fort or fortress or anything in general related to the game, give me a shout. I can help. I can also give you on-screen tutorials if you want. If they had insert name to the fortress into everything. Wait, what? I don't get it. But yes, they Holy Fuck definitely has a lot of fans in the Pacific Northwest. Aqua. They definitely do. Speaking as somebody who has a fan in the Pacific Northwest.
Smiles.
Smiles? That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do like a smile with 2 brackets in their resub notif or in any text-to-speech in my chat and I had no idea that it would say smiles plural instead of just smile. Because I always thought of that as like a double chin smile, you know, like kind of going. That's kind of how I always imagine that. But not really the smiles plural. Interesting. I learned something today about smileys. Anyway, Woe Garden, how are you? Thank you very much for the 5th month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for that, for keeping that sub alive for 5 months? Hell yeah. Hype trains are almost off cooldown in 5 minutes. This is going to be kind of a weird question, but it's more directed at people who watch this stream consistently and have been watching this stream consistently for a long time. Oops. Number 1, did you miss me while I was gone? And number 2, do you think that you're more inclined to watch me because I'm not streaming as much now? I know this is a weird question, which I kind of need to like do in a poll, but it's like, are you more likely to tune into my streams now because I'm streaming less days? It's this thing that I've been thinking about. It's like, our numbers can be better? Because that's the overall hope, actually. Yes and yes. You missed me, and you're more likely to tune in because I stream less. Good to know. But how are we doing today? I'm doing all right. I actually, I don't want to make you jealous, but I saw a bunch of good music last night, Will Garden. Bunch of good music. I saw Deaf Heaven, Holy Fawn, and Midwife. Last one I'd never heard of before. Second one I was aware of but never really listened to them, and they're very good, which is Holy Fawn. And Deaf Heaven I've listened to for a while, and they are very good. Fantastic show. You were always likely to tune in? Yeah, I mean, you're one of the exceptions, right? You just tune into all the streams. Same with Bastet, right? Like, that question isn't totally valid for everybody, but... Holy Fawn is so good. Right? I'd heard one or two of their songs, like, just in Spotify playlists, and I was always like, yeah, this is good shit. But, like, damn. Although, one thing that I have to say about Midwife, which was super funny, is she is just a solo recording artist, like just one person, doing a lot of looping stuff on her guitar. But you know how most bands or like performing artists you see will just like walk out with like a can of beer or some format of alcohol? She walked out with walks out with a mug like the size of her head with a tea bag with 3 tea bags hanging out of the side of it. So she's just got this giant mug full of tea, like the size of her head, like on the one of the speakers next to her. Just like the most fucking mood thing I've seen in a while. If I were ever to perform live shows like that, I'd probably just walk out with a giant mug of tea. Anyway, Nil Tongues Dumat says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. It's good to see you, Nil. Thank you very much for updating our maps. We will forward our requests to the merchants now. Of which I would like brass. I mean, Chad, if you were to perform live shows by yourself, like as a solo recording artist, what would the beverage of choice be for you to bring onto stage? Let's bring Billin. Coffee? Yeah, exactly. It's like just a mug of coffee. Like just bring out like a full pour over setup with just like coffee in the mug. Just put that there. Just keep pouring more mugs. You'd walk up with random objects in every show. You just have like a show where one time you just have a Rubik's Cube for some reason. And then at the end of the show, you throw the object into the crowd, whatever it is. It's like a random G.I. Joe action figure. Let's fucking go. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. So this whole system is getting changed for the premium release, which was talked about on the Bay 12 website. So instead of like being forced to take part in all of these conversations and you only have one opportunity to take part before you exit out, it's going to be a notification at the top that you can click in and click out of. Like you'll be able to minimize this. You'll be able to ignore it if you want to and not piss off the factions that you're trading with. And we're going to have less options for what we can request. But the items that we request will become significantly more expensive instead of slightly more expensive. Bag of gummy. Bag of Gumby fingers. There was a band that I went to once, and hi, B-Lug. This is going to be a weird way to tune into the stream. Great Barn Owl is... 2 owls are fighting? B-Lug, what were you streaming today? Thank you very much for the raid. Jack, can I get a round of beers for B-Lug? And B-Lug, you can shut yourself out. It's fine. You're a mod. You can do your own work. It's fine. Start bringing stuff for the dwarves to trade. How's things, man? Oh, hell yeah. Why didn't you shut yourself out on the Discord? I would have popped up or popped in. At least I think you didn't. Yeah, no, you didn't. I absolutely would have tuned in this morning if you did that. SteamDF is going to have mouse support for all menus, yes. Although, you want to know a fun fact, Soggy Toes? This is vanilla DF. I've got no mods aside from the tile set. Some parts of DF already sort of have mouse support. Fun fact. Some very specific parts of Dwarf Fortress already have mouse support. Just gotta click it. I mean, like, the military screen, I think the military screen has full mouse support. I'm pretty sure. Yes, also my desk has a mouse on it. But, I mean, it's just clunky and poorly implemented, so nobody uses it for the very simplistic mouse support. You started streaming for the 4th time in 7 years, and you needed motivation to do it, and all the FF Pixel remaster, so you decided to stream it. You should archive your VODs somewhere. Not really with the expectation of anybody watching them, but you should archive your VODs there just so that you can go back and look at them at some point. But yeah, no, it's good. It's good to hear that you're streaming. Are you doing any programming streaming or just game stuff? FF1 is a classic. Now, is that the original FF1 or is that like the original like FF1 in the US? Because I played Final Fantasy 1 on the Game Boy Advance for for the first remaster that they did. But that's not actually Final Fantasy 1. It's like 4 or something. And then I never finished the second one. I'm kind of not big on the structure of those games. I don't mind watching them. They got good music and whatnot. I just don't particularly like playing them myself. Learned today that a fighter jet fly over twice at work. Not sure if it was the same fire. Flew really low, like 4 hours between the 2 movements. Really? That's a little scary. I'm not bringing any stuff that's too far. Only the stuff that's close already. Gotcha. Well, fair enough. I was just asking if it was like the original Final Fantasy one or the remade Final, but yeah. I think I know which one you're talking about. I kind of can, like, all of those games just get jumbled up in my brain up until about Final Fantasy 6 where they start to look different. Like it's like 1 through 6 to me all just kind of look the same. And then 7 forward they look more distinct. But even then, like, I still confuse like 8 and up to 12. It's a confusing franchise if you don't follow them super slowly. You see, I haven't played enough Final Fantasy games to actually say that I have a favorite Final Fantasy game. Probably Final Fantasy 1 on the Game Boy Advance would be my favorite one if I had to pick one, because that's the only one I finished. Although, does Final Fantasy Tactics count as a Final Fantasy game? Because I also finished that. That was great. So then, by that logic, I guess Tactics would be my favorite Final Fantasy. Yeah, that's what I've seen. You like FF12? I don't know a thing that happens in FF12. I think I watched a speedrun of FF12 once. I'm just not a big RPG guy, really. Just not. Not that style of RPG, anyway. Like I said, though, I do enjoy watching them. I like watching Rory play those types of games. Very entertaining. Very, very entertaining. Is FF8 over FF10? These are letters and numbers. You see, the thing about Dragon's Quest, though, is Dragon's Quest is like a slapstick comedy. Like, I enjoy the writing in Dragon's Quest. Like, I think if I were to get back into big JRPGs, it would probably be Dragon's Quest. Actually, no. If I were to get back into Japanese games, I'd get into this kind of thing. Hold on, let me just pop up a game that none of you have ever seen before. Hold on. I have to. It's on my wish list. Let me find it. This. If I were to get back into Japanese games, this is the kind of thing I'd get into. Because I actually really like JRPG dungeon crawlers. Like, kind of like turn-based or real-time, doesn't actually matter, but like the old Wizardry games. This shit's way too fucking cool. And like the trailer for this game has a dragon tank in it. Like, if you skip through it, there's like one of the enemies they're fighting by the end of it is a literal tank with a dragon sticking out of the front of it. Like, I could get into this shit. Well, that's probably the type of game that I would get back into if I were to start playing RPGs again. Mostly because the JRPGs that I've had the most fun with in my life are the... Did you just tantrum? If there was a tantrum, I missed it. Oswix was tantruming. The game that I was showing on stream, comrade, is called Under Knots. Under Knots on Steam. But the JRPG games that I've always had the most fun with are the... Okay, there we go. Everybody's reporting crimes. Lots of witnesses. It's $68.99 in Canada. It was like 50% off like a week ago. So I just wait for the next sale. And then it'll be 30. I almost bought it because there was a big JRPG sale last week on Steam. And that one was, I think, 50% off. It was either 50 or 40, but it was pretty heavily discounted. But, you know, like, those games are like 200 hours long. So. There was supposed to be a first-person dungeon crawl section in Helix 2. That's sad that got cut out. Oh. I never played the Helix game, or Helix's 2, just because... Yes, you found it, comrade. The reason I've never played them or even attempted it is I fear that it would have the same problem as Binding of Isaac for me, where just, like, the visuals and the atmosphere and the sound effects and all that just make me want to throw up. Yeah, sci-fi has, absolutely. I mean, that's for the more expensive games on Steam, like especially like JRPGs, just wait for a sale. That's very much like patient gamers win with those. We need the black bronze, the bronze. Bismuth, pig iron, rose gold, copper. Sure. You know what? We'll just buy all the metal. Not going to be too picky, because we can make other bars out of the bars that we buy too. Alright, what kind of, 4 witnesses of disorderly conduct against Oswix? Give it a second. You get a beating. Well, that's not great. Which means Aqua gets to go punch somebody, I suppose. There you are. Yeah, just the beating. Like, kind of a waste. I feel like just giving dwarves a beating is kind of a silly sentence, but 30 days in prison is significantly more helpful. But yeah, I liked painful. But yeah, Mystery Dungeon and first-person dungeon crawlers are probably my favorite, more traditional Japanese RPGs. But yeah, also the other games that I really enjoyed in the past are the Atrean Odyssey games. The only Persona game I ever played, Persona Q, was a Atrean Odyssey game technically. Man, I played a bunch of those on 3DS specifically. Like, I had like 4 of them or something, which I played entirely on the bus to and from work for years. It's also just like not a genre of thing that I feel like gets played or made enough these days. Was fondness when talking with a friend satisfied at work. Are you doing the doctoring stuff? No, you're just socializing. Okay, this is a little messed up. So Oswix has just been beaten, right? And this other dwarf was just like standing on top of his bed socializing. Imagine just being like lying down in bed in a hospital bleeding because you just got beaten by the captain of the guard, and then another dwarf is just like standing on your bed socializing and talking at you. And it's just like super happy to see you. And you're just like, fucking get off of me. Bloody dwarf. I don't think we can save this dwarf. I think Oswix is just gonna keel over at some point during this stream. But, you know, it'll be fun. How much training do we have left? Alright, we need to, some more stuff over here, I think. But chat, what games have you guys been playing recently? It's been a little bit, you know? I've been gone for a few days. So what have you guys been playing? Also, Stone, you know what's funny? Is the nearest not close stockpile is exactly 67 blocks away. I didn't plan that. the nearest major stockpile for these are 67 away. Mini Metro, eh? The sequel or the original? Rot MG. Realm of the Mad God. Okay. I was going for Ring of Pain, but it's like that. Legend of Zelda and Genshin Impact. Lots of Genshin Impact players. I can't play online casinos, otherwise I will be broke. I have zero ability to avoid that, and I have addictive tendencies to gambling, so. The monetization of those games don't allow me to play them. So I get real sad when I see games like that. Like, real sad. I know I'll never play them. Realm is not a good game in its current state because of the monetization style. What's the monetization style? I played it when it was a web browser, when it was a game in a web browser, and I thought it was okay, but it was a bit too chaotic for my vision back then. So I played it for, I don't know, a couple dozen hours with some friends and then kind of never touched it again. Also, thanks for sticking around, Bloodcat. It's always nice to see new faces in the stream. Haven't touched the Cogmind update yet? Neither have I. But I haven't touched the Cogmind update because I probably won't. I've kind of come to terms with the fact that I really like Cogmind, but it is borderline painful to play. It is a game that is designed for people with big monitors and good eyeballs, and I do not have good eyeballs. Bit of a shame, really, but not much I can do about that. A lot of wondering if I should try and buy specific types of, like, I could buy their Kimberlite. You have no cheese? As somebody who pre-made pasta for the next 3 days dinners, you don't need cheese with pasta. Just add some salt and pepper, season it better. Add a little bit of olive oil. There's other things you can put on pasta that's quite delicious. I've communed with Olnal. It is wondrous. Well, that's good. I had to see somebody's worshipping their god. They do these things called campaigns, and a lot of them are pay only with several tiers that only increase by buying things in the gold shop. Oh. I have olive oil or butter. I don't have butter in the house because I eat way less dairy. Ever since I got diabetes, ever since I was diagnosed type 1 diabetic, I've eaten almost no dairy. I sometimes have cheese in the house, but it's kind of rare. Usually, because of that, I don't buy butter. I buy a oat beverage spread, which is like a butter alternative, which is nice in some things. It's not great in a lot of more, like, it's fine on toast and sandwiches and stuff, but it's not great for cooking. So I have avocado oil, almond oil, and olive oil. It's one of the things I splurge on is fancy organic olive oil, the extra virgin stuff. So depending on what I'm cooking, I use different types of oils. I'm just gonna offer it. You can have it as a gift. That should be enough. Meditate on persuasion. Ponder prognosis. That's good stuff. Coconut oil for popcorn? I buy coconut oil sometimes, but coconut oil actually sometimes prices me out because coconut oil is very expensive here. Like, I can get, like, the equivalent amount of, like, nice olive oil here versus coconut oil is, like, coconut oil is almost double the price. Like, I could buy myself 3 months worth of daily cooking olive oil for, like, $25, but the same amount equivalent for coconut oil is about $50. So sometimes actually my mom will buy me like this giant jug of organic coconut oil for my birthday. That's something that my parents have started doing because I refuse to like ask for gifts usually. Is they've started just like buying me stuff for cooking that they know that I would want but would never buy myself. Two crutches and 3 more doors. That's 32. But you like cheese too much? Yeah, that's fair. I feel like with anything else, like, especially something that I found with cheese, is the thing that I'm actually craving from a lot of cheeses. especially cheaper cheeses. Like the craving that I actually am craving when I feel like I want cheese on something is I'm craving the salt. Because cheese has quite a bit of, especially cheaper cheese, has a lot of salt. Especially things like Parmesan. So if I just like, if I feel like I want cheese on my pasta and I don't have cheese on to put on my pasta, I just put more salt on it, and that often does it. I don't think pasta plus fat equals magic because I've never played a video game that uses pasta and lard to cast spells, but you know what? I'm pretty sure that like we can make this game exist. We'll be the Pastamancer. You're just like a ball of pasta that goes around shooting pasta at things. Be a great video game. Let's make this happen. Literally has like a pan with a little bit of butter in it and throws pasta in it to just like cast spells. Magical chef, just like I'm trying like you're just walking around with like a pot and you're just cooking stuff in real time to like make things explode at a distance. That'd be great. I'd play that game. It sounds awesome. Actually, could we just, okay, hear me out, chat. It's a roguelike, but you're a chef, and all of the weapons are like chef themed and food themed, and the spells are you make a meal and the meal is so good that the enemy stops trying to kill you and instead stops and eats the meal. Carrion, but you're a flying spaghetti monster. As somebody who hated Carrion, please no, but also yes. I didn't like the game design of Carrion. But yeah, could we please get like... Actually, you know the... I think it's Enter the Dragon, the Bruce Lee movie? You know the scene when he's like running around and he's got all the guys with like the steak knives chasing him? You know that sequence? Very famous sequence. That, but a roguelike. Hold on. Why can't I find some screen grabs of this sequence? I can't find any good screen grabs, but like, it's a famous scene. He's just like in a kitchen and they all just like pull out fucking steak knives and start attacking him. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be showing screen grabs of that on the stream anyway. But somebody make that video game, okay? Man, this was a tangent. I can't wait for Myths and Magic in Dwarf Fortress when we get a faction that all of their magic is based entirely around the food that they cook. Tortellini the Wise. What? Look. Oh. It's an artifact. Why is there an artifact just lying in the middle of this? I was like trying to claim it or dump it, but... There you are. Get that put away. Yeah, there it goes. Someone's coming to get it. Riven's coming to put an item on display. Can I help anybody? Want decent meals and for you to see you want muck roots and dwarven rum. Try making you into a tavern keeper. You just chucked a bunch of crispy chicken seasoning in your pasta and see what happens. I mean, that'll increase the salt capacity, that's for sure. Can we just, like, highlight the fact that the wife of my mayor is extremely messy? All of the clothing on the ground in that room is the mayor's wife's. Like, all of that belongs to the mayor's wife. All of the clothes just, like, strewn about all over the place is the mayor's wife. All belongs to her. Every single piece of it. Welcome to the chat room. That's concerning. At least you're welcome. It's a welcome stone. Everybody, welcome stone to the chat room. Or yourself. I don't know. So shouldn't put a dump order on them? I mean, I did, because I was curious to see if they could dump them, but I don't think they can, because they're owned. Engraving constructed walls? I want to say there was a bit about that at some point, but there's also concerns with it. I can't really remember. I know that the subject has come up. Like, on a Future of the Fortress at some point, but... It's one of those, like, maybe, but also balancing things. Her description, Wogarden claims that she leaves things strewn about without a care. So many dead switches? Like keyboard switches? What kind of switches? I mean, Navy's also, like, single-handedly kept this stream funded this past month, so... This channel owes him a lot of things. Service included. There's a lot of junk. So why are they on your desk? Why don't you dispose of them? I'm far too good at just getting rid of stuff. To a point where it's, like, almost concerning. Like, I get given stuff or I acquire things and I get rid of them just as quickly. If not faster than I acquire them. Also, how you been, Sirelac? Hope you didn't miss me too much. But yeah, as far as engraving constructed walls, Tarn has talked about, like, making paintings and stuff that could go onto sheet, which would be, like, little movable engravings that are built onto constructed walls, because, like, there is a... You were gone? I was gone for a few days, yeah. Good to see you, Tygo. Hope things are all right, or as all right as they can be. Thinking about you guys. But yeah, I now only stream 3 days a week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. To be able to put more effort and better effort into the podcast and things. You only get like 2 days a week to watch streams? Well, at least the 2 days a week seem to be the days that I'm streaming now. You'd love to be able to dye blocks different colors? Could you imagine, like, I don't think Tarn's talked about this at all. Could you imagine paint in Dwarf Fortress? Like, if we got paint to be able to paint walls and mix different dyes together to make different paint tones? Oh. Yeah, so just for anybody who missed it, going forward, I'm only streaming Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. But instead of doing the, like, 7 to 9 hours that I did previously, we're gonna aim for 12 to 14-hour streams, and we're gonna do those 3 days a week. So Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. I've meal prepped, so I've got breakfast, lunch, and dinner pre-made for the next 3 days, and I will meal prep again for next week. Fridays are gonna end up being very much like a YouTube/podcast recording day. And then over the weekend, the extra days that I'm... Like, wait, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are the days that you're off? That seems pretty positive. records during food. Probably not for lunch because lunch is just sandwich, but we're going to start the stream and end the stream with records, right? So right now we are 2 hours into the stream, meaning we have about 10 to 11 hours left, and the last hour and a half, 2 hours of the stream will be records again. I might actually just jump into just chatting and we'll do it over there. Cheats. Yeah, he uses DF hack, and he has a mod, and he turns entire layers into different block types. So he has a DF hack plugin that, like, he'll dig out the pattern, and then he'll change the block type in the pattern once the pattern's been dug out. He plays Dwarf Fortress as like an art sandbox more than like playing Dwarf Fortress to a degree. But that's just because he wants pretty things without putting in the time to make them. It doesn't actually like benefit the dwarves at all by doing that. I mean, I guess like if you're changing it to like higher value things, and I think he's modded in 1 or 2 block types to add different block colors. Setting your alarm for noon your time so that you can lurk for record time. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, it'll be records at the normal start time at 9 a.m. Pacific, and then more records at about like 10 p.m. Aside from material ones would be cool. They do have, like, some dwarves do have particular colors that they like. Let's see if I can find one. Likes marble, blue jade, the color golden yellow. Like, see, this dwarf likes the color golden yellow, but I don't think that I've never actually seen that affect them at all, right? It's like there's also it's the thing right above my camera right there, golden yellow. See, right there. But I've never actually seen it affect their thoughts at all. I've never really seen it affect artifacts either, at least not that I've noticed. You're just like, I'm just imagining Animal making pasta. Makes a bowl of plain pasta, eats a noodle, and goes, it's too plain and I don't have cheese. Throws a whole thing of seasoning, plastic container included, into it, stirs it, chops up the plastic container with the seasoning in it, tastes it, eats a bunch of plastic, goes, it's getting all right. And then you throw an entire can of beef without opening the can up, put that back into the thing, the can explodes, and you're like, now the pasta's done. This is how I'm imagining Animal cooking, just because of the way you write about food. Satados, thank you very much for the 16 months. Welcome back. I didn't breathe for like a minute there. Hope you're doing well, dude. But yeah, I haven't seen like their color preferences really affect their biases much. If it does affect it, please tell me, but I've never really noticed it much. Mash things into a pan till it works. That was the way my Oma used to cook. That's the way she would make us dinners and things. But how you hanging in there, Tygo? You doing all right? I'll pour me some water. Now you have to leave to take your wife coffee at work. You bring your wife coffee? Wow. That's very, very nice of you. Hey, X-Range, what's up? Depending on how far of a trip that is. Better than taking her flowers that just die? You know, you say that, but... Oh, my mom's not listening. I just ordered flowers for my days. It's funny that you say that. People are starting to get tired. The president said that was maybe brought out for a referendum. But war ending would be good. I mean, people stop dying would definitely be good. It's definitely, people are definitely getting fatigued. It's been a weird war. Allergies / asthma. Yeah. That's one thing that I will say about masks that I love, is I always had a little bit of a mild pollen allergy. Like, my older sister has it real bad. Like, really, really, really bad. Like, my older sister in the spring, like, can't breathe for, like, 4 months. Because she always had really bad pollen allergies. I always had mild pollen allergies. I don't get bothered by pollen when I wear a mask. So I think, like, regardless of how the pandemic ends up going in the next few years, and I I don't I'm going to wear a mask every spring because it's just like I can it's like, number one, I don't get colds. Also, I can walk around in the spring and look at all the pretty flowers and not be sneezing my fucking ass off all the time. It's wonderful. Find out what you're allergic to. Allergies suck. My mom was allergic to her own hair for the first, like, 15 years of her life. Your life's had a weird turn lately and you're a school teacher for now? For reasons? Well, I mean, is it keeping you busy at least? I feel like it's impossible to live in Ukraine and not have some weird turns in your life recently. Like, there was somebody that was here the last time I was streaming who was talking about, like, he lives at the far end of the country, like, as far away from fighting as he possibly can be. But he's just like, he went from just kind of working a normal, like, kind of gas station, corner store kind of job to, like, freight bringing, food and supplies from the border to Kiev and back. Like, just driving back and forth. Your daughter teaches second grade? My aunt and uncle on my mom's side are both teachers. They love it. My mom's a teacher, technically. But for little kids. Little kids. But, you know, I'm just glad to hear that you're still at it. Shit's scary. It's literally that simple. Shit's scary. Although, you know, like when I was in school, we were taught about the world wars, right? Like, everybody was. And a bunch of other wars from history. And all of the footage that we watched, you know, like World War II in color and all of those documentaries, it's like, it's such grainy, bad footage. Whereas war now is war in high definition. Like, people are fucking filming this shit with 4K drones. And it's just like there's TikToks with, like, music in the background of people firing artillery shells. And it's like, teaching kids about this war in a couple decades is going to be wild. Going to be showing kids TikTok montages. What did I do with all the stone you mined out? Well, I asked Stone in chat nicely to not get too mined. But no, for all of the stone that I mined out, I turn them into crafts and I sell them. That's what I do with the ones that I don't, with the stone types that I don't need. Stone types that I want, I turn them into blocks and I build them in places. Like, the stone that we're currently still trying to get rid of, which is going to take me like a decade to get rid of it still, is all of this. I turn it into crafts and then I sell them. It took me like 40 years in game to get rid of all of the stone from the pit. Some of the content makes war into entertainment, which is gross. I think that if the entertainment makes people who live there feel better, I think that's a benefit. And I've definitely seen some of that. You know? As long as it's not Epic Games. Maybe. Emperor's a bit tense. There is no fighting inside the region yet, but there's been aerial attacks. Yeah. Rail yard has been decimated beyond repair, and your guys wiped ballistic rocket battery out, though, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, I watched that footage when that happened. The rail yard getting knocked out. It's a great way of taking objects off the count list. Yeah, yeah. That's something that, like, I haven't really messed with at all. Dwarf Fortress. It's like, I know how to do it because I've done it a couple times, but it's like I've done very little. What the fuck are you doing? They're just like tripping over each other. I've done very little messing with that. I read an article a couple of days ago. can't remember what the source was because I found it through Reddit, but it was just like a analytics thing, or an analysis of the war, basically. And it kind of came down to a large portion of the war is actually being fought on social media. It's like general, what's the word? Civilian morale is important in any kind of war situation. Like, soldier morale is important, but civilian morale is also important. And if all of the civilians are up in arms, it's a lot harder to take over a place. And whoever is running PR for the government of Ukraine needs a fucking medal. Are going crazy with extortion. Rooms are going for 1,000 euros per night just to... Wait, why? That's the first I'm hearing of that. That's fucked up. Like landlords type deal? But sorry to just talk about war, but it's kind of hard not to, at least a little bit. Landlords. All right, so I'm not really one to say that you should just go beat up the landlords. You should go beat up the landlords. Like, if a landlord is just like, yo, 1,000 euro a night to stay here because you're running from a war zone, at that point, beat the guy up and just take him. The fuck? That should be a crime. The hell? Anyway, I have to read some words, courtesy of Wogarden. So because I've been gone for 4 days, there's a lot of words. So I'm not going to read them all because I think that that's kind of a waste of all the words. So I'm just going to read about 2 days worth. Save some for the next one. Subtitled guitar destruction-fueled album covers. Scandalous. London Bridge is falling down. Wow, that was actually just a sentence. Space will space and rogue will roll. Dole hovel rent is exorbitant. Usurious usurper claims throne by edict and imperial power. Poles pull pals pug proportionately. Sorry. You're rickrolled. Happiness doomed. Sadness forever. This chat's getting depressed. This is Martha Stewart's favorite strain of apple. Even numbers exponentially increase, but will they also caffeinate mushrooms? We've read all the way up to the 20th, so I will stop there. And looks like winter has arrived on the calendar. It's a world-changing event. Addressing it is important. Yeah, but some people are very tired of hearing it, and I don't blame them. But at the same time, yes, I do agree that addressing it is important. My dad came over. I can't actually swap over right now. Hold on. I just hit the button. There we go. I had to tab out of Dwarf Fortress to swap scenes. My dad came over the other day, and we were talking about it, and I was showing him some of the footage that's online. It's crazy. Frosty is in like a Frosty from Wendy's? Or Frosty because it's winter? Let's take you off of that and then get the bear fighters training again. I'm worried about Kryvon. Kryvon's one of these dwarves who seems to only be happy when they're training. Winter Frosties, right. Somebody just die? No? Interesting. It's all really money. Most of the people are given government-funded accommodation. It's men who want to not register in the enlistment office and hide that are getting ripped off mainly. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Still sucks, though. Alrighty, Bastet, you have a good path. And Von Rollin! That prime sub for a 49th month, welcome back. What happened to the tile set? Still the same? Hi, Stone Pants. What's up? Literally haven't changed this tile set since 2020. Long time, dude. How you been? Jack, can we get a couple more beers for Von Rollin, keeping that sub alive for 49 months? Because that's a goddamn long time. I require at least 4 plus 9 beers. You've seen people complaining all over the YouTubes and streams not dedicating their stuff to Ukraine, instead just entertainment. Entertainment is still needed, though? Yeah. Unless the entertainment is in support of the wrong side. On the good side, it's estimated that Ukrainian army has destroyed a bloody third of the Russians' actually operational air force. Something that I was trying to explain to my dad that I don't think my dad fully realizes is that Russia doesn't have the capacity to mobilize their entire military. It's like, yes, they have this ridiculous, like, 2 million people in reserves or some shit, but they don't actually have the capacity to mobilize that entire force. They don't. Oh my god. So, Stone Pants, the last time we spoke, you were stuck in Iceland? I think? Last time we spoke, you'd gotten a job in Iceland, if I'm not mistaken. Or you were stuck in Iceland. And now it's just like, also now I have a kid. Wow, you've had an exciting 2 years. Hopefully, a good, in a good way, and it's not like an accident, you know? Greenland. Iceland, Greenland, same thing. One's slightly bigger. But, both beautiful places. One's significantly more frosty, though. Although, I still think that we should swap the names of those two. We should rename Iceland to Greenland and Greenland to Iceland. That, or we should rename Iceland to Volcano Island and, Greenland to Iceland. Also, I wonder if this will even work. Hold on. Pardon me for a second. You guys see that little black blob? It's Old Man Cat. That's his favorite spot. He doesn't like lights on him, so I'm not going to put a light on him. But that's Old Man Cat. Look at the snow is coming down. Viking scam, in fact. This is true, yes. About 2,000 operational, still 4 times more than Germany. Sure, but like they don't like, and there is no massive military force that they haven't mobilized yet. A game called Vintage Story. That's the It's Not Minecraft We Swear game, I think. But no. So like Hawaii, but tolerable, Stone Pants? So are you still in Greenland? But I'm familiar with Vintage Story. I don't really have any interest in it. Why do you ask? Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I don't like Minecraft. Like, I really, really, really don't like Minecraft. So games that are like improvements on that formula, are still just, I don't like it. So it's, yeah. It's kind of my take. I want to practice a craft. He didn't feel anything after being away from family. Give you weaving. Carpentry. Gonna give you some extra jobs, hopefully. You can go do those. Alright. Well, that's good to hear. Glad you back home. But hopefully the new job's been good and all that stuff. I'm just on... I'm testing out a new schedule, which is weird for me and a little bit stressful. Because I am now only streaming 3 days a week instead of 5 or 7. But the reasoning is, I used to stream 7 days a week. When I streamed 7 days a week, I streamed about 5 hours a day and did no YouTube stuff. I cut it down to 6 to start doing some YouTube stuff. Then I cut it down to 5 because that was too much. And now I've cut it down to 3 to have 3 days of super long streams, 1 day of YouTube and editing stuff, and then 3 days where I can work if I want. Obviously, when the Steam version of DF launches, I'm going to do at least 2 weeks of straight streaming, though. The thing that I'm worried about, Tygo, is that it's going to turn into trench warfare fronts, which just means really, really long and lots of blood. The one that Cupo does, which I've done in a few places in this fort, is this one. The one that you see in the middle of this. That is the best stair layout. The cross, so 1, 2, center, 1, 2, with pillars in between. It gives them the most mathematically possible routes to avoid each other with the least possible pathing decisions. Because you don't want dwarves to bump into each other on the stairway, and you don't want to give them too many decisions. So if it's just like a basic square, because you want to reduce pathing, right? If it's just a basic square like this, they could go here, they could go diagonally, or they could go here. The other one, they can either go up, or they can go down, or they can go right, or they can go down. So there's less options for directions for them to go. Yeah, but it's not always been active fighting, though. Like, there has been spats of fighting, but not to this degree. You're in Crowborough. And other stuff like that. I don't get problems with eye strain on my computer monitors because the way I have my monitors set up. I have eye care monitors and software, which removes almost all blue light glare. And my monitors are at about 1% brightness with almost no contrast. So contrast is at the minimum, brightness is at the minimum. I've removed all blue. Like, I can see the color blue, but blue light's very, very, very nullified. So no, not really. The bigger concern is like my knees and my back, but that's what standing desk is for. I'm gonna stand up soon too. The only reason I'm sitting right now, I would be standing right now for these longer streams, but the only reason I'm sitting is because I gave myself a stomachache last night. I ate a massive dinner very late in the day. Because I was at a concert yesterday and I didn't get home until midnight. And then I ate a huge bowl of rice and beans for dinner. And when I got home, and about 30 minutes into lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I realized that that was a big mistake. Because, like, apparently my body is one of those bodies that likes to eat food about 3 to 4 hours before going to bed. But if I do it like 20 minutes before going to bed, it's like instant gut punch, stomach ache. So I woke up this morning with an upset tummy, but I'm okay. It's passing. I've taken Tums. I'll be okay. But I mean, the ideal outcome of the what's it called? Of this schedule is that I will be in the position that I'm in right now, which is by the end of Monday, I'm extremely excited to stream. Like I was like giddy to stream yesterday. Whereas previously with the 5-day and 7-day schedules, it's like, gotta do it again tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like it becomes a monotony thing. And I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I feel like I've been more talkative and chipper today. What make are my monitors? BenQ, iCare, something or another. They're on Amazon and they're quite cheap, but BenQ has really good iCare settings. Gonna see if I can just find you the Amazon listing. Give me a minute. Put them in 21, I think? Like the beginning of 2021. Although, unfortunately, I'm only going to be able to give you Canadian Amazon listings. No, I bought these in 2020, apparently. This is taking me way longer to find than I'd planned. But yeah, no, that's the ideal outcome, right? Is that I'm happier and more chipper on stream because, you know, depressed streamer is not fun to watch. Like, and I'm not gonna lie to myself and pretend that it is. Nobody wants to watch a depressed streamer. But these are the monitors that I have. I have 2 of them, and I might get a 3rd one. And then the 3rd one that I have is a Asus something or another. It cost me $100 5 years ago. That's terrible, and I hate it, but I don't look at it very much. It's mostly just like Twitch stats and OBS. The 2 that I spend the most time looking at are those BenQs. Because, I mean, actually, that's YouTube, but, I mean, there you go. You can see how much money I made on YouTube. Anyway, this is the thing that I was trying to hit. So, like, that's Twitch stats. This is the crappy monitor, BenQ monitor, and BenQ monitor. Oh. Asus feels too overpriced. I mean, BenQ makes expensive fucking monitors. They do. Ace, I kind of am almost against gamer branded things. So I just look for really nice high refresh rate monitors that aren't marketed towards gamers, and I find that Asus tends to market their good quality monitors at gamers, which is basically just like you pay the gamer tax and shit just gets more expensive. Hey, Dallin. Our schedule means that you can both finish your day and begin it with your stream comfortably. This is cool. I mean, that is my goal, right? Like, the goal is that you finish your day watching the stream, and this is me stating things that help me, and then leave the stream running all night, right? That would be the ideal for me, because then I keep the view count. And then when you wake up in the morning, I'm finishing up. Do you want to level up your gamer stuff? No, not really. Not really. I mean, like, okay, so on the topic of gamer shit, this is my keyboard, right? It's got these lights to, like, say if caps lock, num lock, and scroll lock are on. That's it. This is my keyboard. This was $60. It's got, you can't see that, Cherry MX Brown switches on them. Now, it's a Cooler Master Master Keys keyboard. This was $60. It's a nice mechanical keyboard with a detachable cable. The RGB version, $270. Identical keyboard. Same switches, same pieces, has LEDs. 60 versus 270. Actually, I think it was 269. 99. I mean, the irony of that, the irony of, like, bells and whistles for keyboards and such, Tygo, is, like, you could just go buy LED light strips and make your shit look super gamerified, if you want it to. What is RGB? Red, green, blue. RGB is LEDs that can be multicolored, like the ones I have on my wall up there. I actually really like them for apartment lighting, because unlike the light bulbs in my apartment, I don't need to replace them frequently, and I can make them into much softer colors that are easier on my eyes than the almost borderline oppressive LED lights in this apartment. It's like the difference between being in an office building and being in an apartment. So those are RGB. They can be any color. Basically, it's like if it can pulsate multiple colors, it's RGB. You just started getting into DF? Well, welcome to the channel. Hello. There's a lot of syllables in your name, just another trans girl. So do you have like a shorter version of your name that you don't mind going by? Like I could call you like JT or something? Or I don't know, what? JAT? I need like a shortened version of that I can use. Because just like Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, I'm never going to say his whole name. Or Aquafunkalistic Booty Web. I need a shorter version. But hello, welcome to the channel. If you need help with anything, shout at me, I can give you tutorials. I'll call you JA if that works. Welcome to the channel. You're in a weird place with keyboards where you want a very quiet one with touch feedback, so membrane ones are for you are better than mechanical ones. You know, Cherry MX, and this is the most like I'm not key pilled. I'm not a keyboard enthusiast. I'm not gonna spend $500 on custom keys and build my own keyboard. As much as like I kind of want to, I don't have the money. And I just don't give a shit about building keyboards, right? I'm quite happy with mine. But to select the keys for this one, what I actually did is if you go to Cherry MX's website, at the time they were like $8. I don't know how much they are these days. But at the time they were $8, and it's just a strip about this long with every single key type that they make, right? So starting at the loudest to the quietest. So you can test them all. And I don't have it anymore because I gave it to a friend of mine when he was buying a keyboard. And I went with Browns after messing with that. It's like, what is the key that feels the best but also has the lowest amount of sound? So it wouldn't bother my ex who lived with me at the time when she was trying to sleep and I was typing or streaming or playing a game or whatever. Your eyes hurt after a short while? You're waiting for the Steam version? Is that because of the colors being too intense, Bloodcat? Because if the colors for DF are too intense, because by default they are, there is a page on the wiki called Color Scheme. Just find a color palette that you think is easy on your eyes and go with that. You can literally just click select all and you just copy paste this into the colors folder. I can show you where that is if you want. But some of them are a lot more harsh than others. So find one that's passive that you like looking at and roll with it. That's my advice for that. That dark blue on normal ASCII is really bad for the... It is. Anagram. It is. But that's my advice if colors are a bit rough. So here's the page for that. Something like that with the pixels hurts. There is a graphical rendering thing in the most recent version that I know some people have issues with, and I know that you can turn it off and go back to the old version, but I don't actually know how to do that. I don't know if anybody here knows how to switch back to the old rendering style. But the graphics in the most recent version are a lot sharper. I think it probably would bother me if I had brighter monitor. At that point, what you could do is use a graphical tile set. Use something like Space Fox or one of those tile sets. Or Obsidian. That give you more organic and less harsh color swaps. Yeah, the problem with tutorials, just another trans girl, is that some of the tutorials for Dwarf Fortress are just the tutorial creator for like word for word reading the wiki. So there's a lot of tutorials that are just like, you're not actually going to get any better information than you would have if you just read the wiki. Yeah, Criven, this dwarf was depressed a minute ago, loathing and very pissed off constantly. And I just get the squads running again, and within a couple of minutes, he's super happy. I don't understand this dwarf, but hey, you know, if working out makes the anger go away. That's a positive. Ponder the moon's path here. I mean, you can still get it, Taiga. Like, if it's a problem with, like, needing to be able to download, allow me to tell you of this great and wonderful thing of the internet called the Internet Archive. If you go into the Internet Archive, you can still download Meth's tile set if you still want to use it. Like, regardless of the, like, issues with that tile set and the art being used and him profiting off of using other people's art without their permission, all that crap, regardless of all of that, if you still want to use that tile set, you can still get it through the Internet Archive. Yeah, that too. I mean, every now and again, I see people linking, like, Captain Duck's tutorials from 2010, and it's like, you know that, like, 80% of that information's wrong, right? Including, like, mechanics that don't even exist in the game anymore. But yeah, no, the best current tutorials are Salford Sal's stuff. Her stuff's real good. And Tekud's got good stuff as well. Probably the best places for tutorials currently. But for me, I was never a huge fan of Meth's tile set. I just kind of ugly. Felt sympathy after giving somebody water. Felt giddy after performing. I really like it when dwarves get really happy as, like, a performer. It's like Diamond is just a very happy performing dwarf. Like, she sings. She's my manager, but she also, like, is a tavern performer. So she's just, like, hanging out in the tavern, singing and dancing and making friends and talking with her spouse. And Axon. Very happily married to Axon. Do a tutorial collaboration? I mean, I don't have any contact with Captain Duck. I have minimal contact with Salford Sal, and I've talked about collaborating stuff with Tekud. What's more likely to happen than us doing a video together is just coordinating who does what when the Steam version comes out. That's the most likely thing to happen. Like, I'll probably do a couple of basics tutorials when the Steam version comes out, and then ideally we'll communicate between Sal and Tekud a little bit so that they cover specific things. But I'm not sure what Sal's take on tutorials and stuff is these days, because she's basically stopped doing YouTube in exchange for streaming like 12 hours a day, which is fine. I mean, I did that for years, but, like, you can kind of do one or the other. It's either stream a whole lot or make a whole lot of YouTube content. Checking something real quick. I talked with Krug Smash about tutorials not too long ago, and his statement basically was, I hate making tutorials and don't ever want to make one again. And frankly, I don't blame him. So I don't know what his status is. I need another crutch. But yeah, there is a world where he just doesn't make another tile set. Or not another tile set, another tutorial set. But we'll see. I mean, I would almost be surprised if he plays with this Steam version. What, just people's response to them, Tygo? I mean, I believe that. What happened to my windows? Somebody must have punched out the windows. Put in blue gems. Why not? But I absolutely believe that. That sounds very accurate. Entirely believable. Why are the air raid sirens going off right now? I mean, it's kind of like a cat, you know? The first night you have the cat, when the cat meows, you go, oh no, what's wrong? 14th night you have the cat, fucking shut up! You know what I mean? It's like, it makes sense. Yeah, I'm gonna do more bite-sized tutorials for sure. I'm gonna do more like, although those aren't really tutorials. Those are more just like, is the dwarf still in prison? No, he's been out since the beginning. He got let out a couple days after we initially started the fort. So a few minutes after we started the fort today. Banana the third was in prison. Says, I talked with my mother. Is this love? Yeah, she's in the tavern right now. Quite happy. Pretty good dwarf. Oh, it's just turned off, yeah. I mean, they're fucking loud, too. It's like a loud neighbor, except your house might explode instead of a loud neighbor, you know? Hopefully they learned their lesson. I mean, that dwarf was in prison because I missed a mandate. Not because they did anything wrong, so... Barely audible, you mainly get notifications on Telegram and Viber? I'm sorry, Viber? That is the most Zoomer sounding, like, chat app I've ever heard. Never heard of this before. The heck's a Viber? The app you use for just vibing? Like, Viber to me sounds either like a store that sells adult toys or a weird dating app. I must be old. I'm sure this app's a thing, though. Can't remember. Is bismuth bronze the right color? Color is bismuth. It's just brown, isn't it? Oh, no. Okay. Bismuth bronze is more of a yellow color. That fucking senile dwarf. I've heard Vladimir Poutine rattled around in English channels, which I kind of like. Vladimir Poutine. He's quite literally just become the League of Legends character, Vlad. Yes, poutine, as in, like, French fries with gravy, because he's all pudgy and inflated. How's it going? I'm doing well. The 4-day weekend is something I could get used to. Well, 3-day weekend, but 4-day break from streaming. Because, like, by yesterday, I was, like, sitting here going, I'm ready to stream! You know what I'm saying? Like, one of the most important things for streamers is to be excited to actually do their job. And the problem that I've been dealing with for a while now is just not wanting to do my job. Yes. There you go. I mean, he's successfully managed to make himself probably one of the most hated people in history. So there is that. Not the reason you want to be known, though. even though the change was pretty recent. I won't actually. Okay, so the biggest stress for me about the new change is money. I don't know if this is going to impact me positively or negatively. So that probably is my biggest stressor related to it, and I won't know how that goes until just time passes, really. But so far it's done wonders for my brain. So mentally it's been a super positive change so far. But outside of that, it's just a matter of time. I mean, he's definitely got the world record for the fuck the economy speedrun. This is true. I still maintain that the memes are amazing. You carrying? Where did I place black bronze? What? Apparently I made a chunk of this black bronze for some reason. It's not that color. Bismuth, not bronze. Really silly. I like the table for having guests IKEA furniture edit, which is just like the table that's 60 meters long. Although all of like the fake IKEA stuff for military hardware has been pretty great. Like the Swedish fuck you machine. It's probably my favorite one I've seen. There was also that meme about the convoy early on saying, oh, the reason that Russian convoy is so large is because they have to carry all of the pieces of Putin's meeting table. But I digress. Yeah, so anyway, as far as this the schedule change so far, Aqua, it's been positive. Assuming it doesn't impact me financially and everybody still enjoys and watches and supports the stream, I think it should be a positive. It's also like worth noting that, I mean, I just kind of asked chat this earlier today, so I don't exactly have a huge supply or I don't really have a huge test group to ask this question, but the question that I asked chat earlier was if you missed me and if you're more likely to tune into the streams because I stream less frequently. And the answer was a resounding yes from the like 6 people who responded to it. So there is that. Brass was probably what I was looking for. Yes. They just wanted to make him a table. Just hopefully nobody stands on the end of the table because we'll accidentally make the first, you know, space elevator. Cooking with Putin? Oh my god, that's a Putin lookalike. I feel really bad for that man right now. It's like that pub in UK that changed the name of theirs from Putin's to Zelensky's. Also, chat, can I get a big round of beers for Aquasar, keeping that sub alive at tier 2 for a 15th month? Fuck yeah, dude. Come back, and thanks for supporting the stream. I mean, as long as we can stay above, like, 250 consistent subscribers and the Patreon doesn't drop significantly, like, we'll be okay. That's kind of, like, my minimum, really, based on living costs these days. Although, right now, I'm just, to put it politely, fucking broke because I have a really big bill sitting on my counter for taxes that I need to pay before the end of April, and I'm just staring at it crying. But it's okay, I can afford it. I have the money. It's just a matter of like sighing and doing it, you know what I mean? I watch you sporadically, and less days of streaming might impact your personal view count. Watching you in the morning might offset it, though. Yeah. I mean, this will also let me do more for the YouTube channel, right? Like, I put up a DF News video, which I personally feel like I was able to put more time into it than I normally would, right? Like, normally when I do a DF News video, it's after, like, 9 hours of streaming or right before streaming, so they're, like, thrown together in 15 minutes. Whereas, like, I was able to just, like, take an hour and re-record lines and, like, make it sound good. So, like, I can improve the quality of the YouTube channel, too. So everything kind of gets better. Plus, there's the podcast as well. Like, that's something that I'm, like, not even really talking about much. But, like, the quality of the podcast will improve if I'm more rested and awake and ready to record a podcast. I don't know how many, if any of you, listen to the podcast. But, you know, that's a weekly thing that gets uploaded now. I still can't believe that this dwarf stopped being purple in distress. Really curious to see what happens with you, dwarf. I want to see a dwarf come back from being utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is their tragic life. We're into late winter. Yeah. Yeah, he drank, what, fizzy water? I mean, and to anybody who's doing stuff like that, like the woman who ran out on TV with a sign that said no war and all that, like, hats off to them, because that's extremely brave. Absolute hats off. And, you know, here's a positive, is out of all of this, you also get quite literally one of the best humble bundles I've ever seen in the last, like, 5 years. It's, like, 50 bucks. They've raised... Oh, this is Canadian fake money, but they've raised, like, 16 million Canadian pesos, which is, like, $17 US, so... But, you know, it's a very, 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 very good bundle. And all this is Steam keys. Plus, like, fucking 3D printable D&D shit. And my least favorite asset packs in the world that you see in games everywhere. So, plus tabletop stuff. It's a great bundle. A great bundle. Uh-oh. Jimmy went back to being oblivious to reality, which they're not supposed to do when they're haggard due to the stresses of their life. How's this dwarf doing? Restless after being able to practice a martial art. You know what? Let's take a risk. Let's put Bellinaire into the bear fighters, the martial arts squad. They just do wrestling. That's all that they are equipped to do. That's all that they're signed up to do. Also a bard, apparently. He's gonna go serve some wine. Actually, you know what? Let's just remove you from the squad. Let's just let you be a bard for a bit. Go serve some wine, dwarf. Literally going around handing people drinks. The Pursuit of Water Clocks. I learned what water clocks are because of this book, actually. I went and looked up water clocks. I was like, the fuck's a water clock? Read a bunch of Wikipedia articles about water clocks. Fantastic. Or Fortress, the quietly most educational game I think I've ever played. Yeah, water clocks. They're like... You know, like the what would you call it? The things that the sand fall through and then it falls down to the bottom and then it fills up the bottom half and then that's tells time. I can't remember the sand dials. What are the names of those? It's like those but water, basically. And they use them in like Rome and stuff. Because they know the exact amount of time it takes to drain down to nothing. Hourglass, that's the name of it. Sand dial? You know, growing up, we used to use an hourglass, which wasn't set to an hour, to boil eggs. I just wish to help somebody. Hold on a second. Bem the Etten says, I just wish to help somebody. I'm so dejected. This Etten wants to help somebody. Man, I really wish that we could be friends with my poor Ettins in the basement. Like, I wish that we lived in that reality. It's so sad. Problem with an hourglass as an alarm is it doesn't make noise when done. Well, you have to look at it, right? But yeah, we used to use it to boil eggs. It was like a 7-minute hourglass or something. So I guess it would be a 7-minute glass. Also, I just want to show this off because it made me chuckle when I saw it. Which is... scrolling down. This is something that the developer of Caves of Cud tweeted out. Which I'm thinking about just because of talking about old stuff. Like hourglasses. Days ago did he tweet this out? Not normally you tweet too much. There it is. This is Freehold Games in 2004. And looking at this photo broke my brain a little bit because phone cord twiddling the cable. Anybody else used to do that? Because, like, I used to just, like, tie knots in the phone cord while on the phone. Like, I'd talk to my friend, and I'd take the long phone cord to the other room, and I would just sit there and, like, tie knots while talking on the phone. Something children these days won't understand at all. They just won't understand it at all. No way. You do it with your headphone cable? Do you have like one of those good cords for your headphone cable though? Oh, it's all good. The caps. You used to unspiral it? Oh, like you flatten them? I'm trying to imagine how you'd do that. You'd have to like do some damage to the thing to flatten them. Damn. That's kind of impressive. I don't know. That's kind of impressive. The world needs more coily, springy cables. I bought a replacement cable for my headphones recently. Or not recently, like maybe 2 years ago. This. And I almost spent the extra $40 to get a good old-fashioned phone spirally cable that was like stringy for it.
Hello again, kittens.
I didn't though.
All right, you little shits.
All right, you little shits. What's up? How you doing, cutest? How you surviving? Things okay? I hopes. Talking without latency was so great. You know, now that you mention it, old school phone technology, probably better than Discord technology. I'm just, like, there was never any lag. There was never any, like, oh, server disconnect. Like, when I was interviewing the Odd Realm dev, around 45 minutes in, I actually had to make a cut because Discord went down. He thought his headphones went out, and I thought my internet went out. And then Discord moved us to a different server, so we went from US West to US East, and it came back up. So it took a minute. It was down for about 30 seconds, but still, it's like, that never happened on phones. Town doesn't give the money to replace the stolen cable, only to maintain what's left. Somebody stole the cable? Who the fuck steals a phone cable? What? Excuse me? What the hell? The actual hell. You can't find it? To me, they're just stringy cable. From trying the White Russian? What, like, the drink? I mean, you could just make a White Russian. Like, just buy the ingredients and make one. They're not hard to make. But, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I think that the, long breaks between streams, is a net positive for me mentally. Because, like, just to give you an example, by the end of, like, my break this week, I was, like, jumping up and down, basically going, I need to stream! Like, I was very much looking forward to streaming, and I'm super happy to be streaming now, which is good. So that's a net positive. Like I've said before, the only real stressor is, like, how's it going to affect my streams, like, in other ways? Like, is it going to be a positive effect on the growth of my stream? Is it going to be a negative effect? Well, I mean, for like, transparency's sake, for anybody who's missed it, I'm going from streaming 5 days a week to 3 days a week. And previously, I used to stream 7 days a week. I saw the light and line and thought those were the same thing. I was like, why do I have 2 different sections of Kimberly? What the fuck? So there is that. They sometimes accidentally fuck up the optimal internet too and can't sell to anybody. Yeah, optical. Yeah, that is a benefit of optical cables, is they're worthless. Like, I guess you could shine a light through them. But what else can you really do aside from that? So yeah, I only stream 3 days a week now. Because I do YouTube stuff, I have the podcast. I got so many other things around the edge that 5 days a week was actually working 7 days a week. And I never had a long enough break to actually, like, relax. So the hope with this is that I can do extra work on the days that I'm not streaming and not doing podcast stuff if I want to. Like I did. I did stream, or I did edit a video on my day off. I also did a record stream and a few other things. So, like that... Like, I am still going to end up doing work on my days off, but the goal is that by the end of those days off, I'm excited to come back to streaming. And, like, as an example, someone I know through Twitch, I don't know her super well, but I do like lurking in her streams, goes by the name Icy Rain, has basically been doing this schedule for years, full time. She streams Friday, Saturday, Sundays, and, like, 15 hours a day when she streams. 14 to 15 hours a day, like ridiculously long streams. Like a 12-hour stream is a short stream for her. But she only does it 3 days a week, and it's worked really well for her for years. And I kind of look at that and go, I want to try and do that. Not over the weekends, though. But that's more for selfish reasons. That I don't want to... For 2 reasons why I decided not to do it over the weekends. Reason number 1, the weekends, I think it's because half my audience has kids. But, like, views are bad for me on the weekends. Like, I know for a lot of channels with younger audiences, weekends are, like, the shit. Fridays and the weekends, that's when you get the numbers. But for me, like, Fridays are always slow. Saturdays are always slow. Sundays are always really slow. And it's like, What's the point of streaming on those days where it's like generally just kind of quiet, you know? So the busiest days for me have always been weekdays and always the Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. So yeah, I mean, that's my audience. My audience is adults with kids who are slacking at work generally. Please don't have to take offense to that, but like that seems to be my audience, and I need to cater to that, right? And then ideally people who watch on the YouTube channel won't even notice because I'll be streaming approximately the same number of hours. So there will be something going up on the YouTube channel every day. And if I don't have anything to put up on the YouTube channel, I can edit stuff. And thank you very much for that Prime sub. Cheers, Kodo. Thank you very much. Brand new subscription. Enjoy those stupid skulls and the dwarfs and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Cheers. You resemble that remark? Well, I mean, I have analytics. I know the average age groups of my audience. It's like, it checks out. We're into spring. Made it through winter. 1 year. Let's go. Or it's 378 years old. And another thing that this also allows is, and this is me just kind of being selfish, is only streaming 3 days a week means that my friends who want to help me and support me, if I get raids on those 3 days, those raids are significantly more helpful because I'm streaming way longer hours and I'm not around as often. So people will be more likely to raid me statistically. Like, this is something that actually my friend Unsanity Live, who also doesn't stream super frequently, said, or I know him as Tom, to me at a convention once. He's like, well, if you stream less frequently, more people raid you. If you have friends. The human Sudim date plan. I think that this human is very organized. I think that they invented the date planner. Look, it's a pity their name isn't Day Plan. What? Random thing just happened. You've received a Steam item. Why did I just randomly get a card booster pack for a game I haven't played in 2 years? Fuck. Steam, you're drunk. Go home. They're planning dates? Are you... But yeah, I don't know. The schedule just makes a lot of sense on most fronts. And you know, we've always kind of been a lurky stream, so hopefully people keep doing that. We should be fine. Hopefully everything works out for the best. And the ideal end goal is that I'm just excited to stream all the time. Excited to play games. Been lurking for a while. I appreciate it. I mean, lurkers are the backbone of every major stream on Twitch. Where's all this red coming from? What the fuck? Like wine? Oh, it's strawberry wine. Someone's just like spilling strawberry wine everywhere. Where is it? Not coming from up here, is it? No. Where the fuck's this strawberry wine coming from? Hell, guys. The rain is like smearing it out too. Once every few months or so? Yeah, I get you. 10 quick lime. It's better than slow lime. Someone dropped the mug? Oh yeah, and I saw someone else pick it up too. But every now and again, like someone will throw a mug off of a roof or something. And I'll catch a dwarf up top that's got a question mark going like, what the fuck happened to my wine? For the daughter's horses? My old neighbors at the house that I lived at with my parents had horses. Although this is just me, chat. You know what I did on my days off? I did something that would maybe get you arrested in certain countries, but not Canada. I bought weed seeds and planted them. Well, not planted them, but I got them in water. I'm gonna grow some pink plum kush. See how that goes. See if somebody steals it off of my porch. I rode a moose? Why would riding a moose get you arrested? I mean, it might get you trampled. Also, Mantis, what's up? It's good to see you, man. Hey, dude. Good to see you. Cheers back at you. That one sand must have been heavy to carry. It's probably like a kilo of sand, like a sand bag, more likely than like, you know, just 1 grain of sand. See how Bellinaire is doing. Yeah. Where did I put Bellinaire? Oh, there you are. Very, like, quite a happy dwarf. Like, as just depressed as this dwarf is. Quite happy. You see, in Canada, I can walk outside and scream, fuck the government, and people will just look at me kind of funny and say, and people will either look at me funny, or they will look at me funny and go, yeah. Those are the two options. Also, I don't know if you're, like, really delayed, but it feels like you're really delayed, cutest. On the topic of fuck the government, I went grocery shopping yesterday morning. There were these 4 guys in pickup trucks with giant Canadian flags, with various COVID is a hoax propaganda signs, harassing anybody they saw wearing masks. Classy. Just shakes fisted cloud is my take on that. Fucking people. They sound like nice people? Yeah, very much so. At the end of the day, don't wear a mask if you don't want to. Wear a mask if you want to. Get vaccinated if you want to. Don't get vaccinated if you don't want to. Don't fucking pester people, you cunts. That's all I have to say on that subject. Nobody likes an asshole in public, and they're showing way too many of them. You can also walk outside and say, fuck the Canadian. No, I just said fuck the government, not fuck the Canadian government. Like, I'm just at this point now in my life where I don't care what other people do. Just leave me the fuck alone and let me wear my piece of cloth on my face, okay? It makes me feel comfortable in public. just let me do that, okay? Sod off. I'm still the diabetic here who's at higher risk than your average Joe, so just leave me alone. I also don't want to get a cold or a flu for that matter. Hey, Cuglorf, how you do? Good to see you. I mean, for whatever it's worth, Cutest, there was a picture bouncing around the Vancouver subreddit before it got deleted of some people protesting in front of a gas station in Vancouver that we should side with Russia so that gas prices go down. So, if you want to talk about crazy protesters, they exist. They really do exist. There are some people that are genuinely are off their fucking rocker. I know a guy who actually is a political commentator these days who's quite successful, who I grew up next door to. And he, whenever Jehovah's Witnesses would come by, he would invite them in and put his Bible, like his King James Bible, on the table and debate them. He wasn't religious. And to this, like, I think he's baptized and confirmed Catholic, but like doesn't believe in any of it and just likes the ceremony and the routine of it. At least that was his take back then. I'm not sure what it's like these days, but he just liked debating people. So he would like be like, hey, do you want a cup of coffee? And invite them inside and like cross-reference where their like own book fucks themselves over. It's very interesting. That's just a twat at that point. Yeah. I mean, there's also like people that have been standing on the sides of the road here for years with signs that say, Jesus is coming. And like poster boards that they hold up that say, Jesus is come. Repent now or die young, and things like that. And they've always kind of perplexed me a little bit. They've been here for as long as I've lived here. Any day, rain or shine, there's at least one of them outside just standing there with these very poorly written signs that are kind of funny because of how poorly written they are. Imagine standing on the side of the road with a sign that just says, Jesus is come. It's like, I think you're telling me to masturbate, man. This is awkward. I'm gonna walk past you now. At least these guys, the end is near, have been right during the last few years. Sadly, no zombie apocalypse has happened. I mean, like, if you want to, like, just look at the climate, they're not wrong. But no biblical figure is going to appear in the sky or nothing. That's not how they spell it, though. It's Jesus is C-O-M-E. But, you know, it's still funny. It's still funny. I don't know if Jesus is doing that. He's an adult. As long as the other partner is anything is consenting, yes. So I was like, good for Jesus moments. You like Douglas Adams' comment about the restaurant at the end of the universe that they're the equivalent of Jesus returns for 1 minute before the universe ends apologizing for being so late. Oh, that's funny. I'm not familiar with that quote, but that sounds amusing. The elves have arrived to trade. Looks like they've brought a lot of stuff too. 1, 2, 3. Damn. All 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are here with this war starting. You know, like every tale and every metaphor, right? They're all baked in truth. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is just the worst tendencies of human... I was going to say emotion, but I think that's the wrong word. It's like the worst tendencies of us as humans. Simply written and displayed in a way that makes sense, right? To a layman who doesn't understand writing or reading at the time. So it's an easy way for us to explain the worst things that we can do as people to other people. So, I mean, in any war zone, you will find examples of the 4 horsemen. In any, like, war zone. We're gonna call the trader over, who is currently sleeping. So yeah, no, to put it simply, you were absolutely correct. I mean, even in a really small war zone, right? Even if it's like a town, you'll find examples of all 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It's a metaphor for us destroying ourselves. That's all it is, really. Didn't expect them all to arrive together? Well... I mean... I feel stupid that I actually had to like look up the Wikipedia page for the 4 Horsemen, but like, yeah, no, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's Putin's war. It's not Russia's war. This is kind of a known fact. But yeah, no. I mean, conquest and war cause death, and conquest and war and death cause famine. So, yes. Yep, which is still, not killing as many people, but still killing people. Taigo. All right. We will trade them this stuff. What'd they bring? They brought a cardinal, a dingo. What is that? An echidna, barn owl, gray squirrel, hedgehog, flying squirrel, pond turtle, badger. Badger. Nothing we need, unfortunately. You're just happy you work from home. I mean, I've been working from home full-time for 4 years now. 7 if you count when I still worked part-time. Or rather, this would be year 4. We're in year 4 right now. And like just doing this, right? Technically I work 1 day a week for my parents, but that's like an hour-long shift, and sometimes they drive me home, so it's like that's more me just doing my parents a favor than an actual job. They do pay me, but I do what contract cleaners would do for their private school, basically. We should probably do clothing this year. 3 picks and 2 crutches. So like I've been working from home for a long time, and the biggest impact that the pandemic had on me was not working from home. It was suddenly all of my personal life vanished because all of my ways of socializing went away. I live in a very small apartment with not a huge number of friends and not a lot of places to go to. 4,000 people on oxygen? I haven't looked at the numbers here. It's a damn shame you guys can't just fucking fly them out of the country. Also, I just want to highlight the fact that, oh really? Well, now you're no longer safe, mind. Now you're no longer safe. She can move now. You have to watch her every moment. You know, my little sister learned how to crawl, and within 3 weeks of her taking her first steps, she damn near fell down the stairs. And I had to stop her from. I have this. It's one of my earliest memories is stopping my little sister from falling down the stairs. She was like booking it towards the stairs, and I just remember like jumping and just grabbing her and holding her, and I was like, I would have been about maybe 4. And I just remember grabbing her and her biting my thumb, because I grabbed her like this, and I had my thumb up, and I just remember her biting my thumb and my thumb bleeding. And then my mom telling me I did a good job and putting a band-aid on my thumb. I mean, she probably would have been fine if she fell down those stairs. They were pretty thick carpet, but like, I was, big brother, stop my little sister from falling down stairs, is calling for mom, because she wasn't supposed to be in that room. She got out of a room that had like, there was like a thingy that blocked the wall or the doorway down to the stairwell, because there was like nothing in the basement. It was basically just my dad's music room and some tools. Like there really wasn't much down there. So we had like a fence that blocked it, but which it wasn't there for whatever reason. Somebody moved it. Can't remember. I have no idea why, but there was normally a fence blocking the entrance to that room, and it wasn't there for some reason. It was open. So my little sister walked past, and I was sitting in that area on the stairs that went up to my bedroom, and yeah. well, as my Oma puts it, children under the age of 10 are made out of rubber. They just bounce. Boing. They're less dense. They don't shatter like adults. Adults like trip and fall on like pavement and they just explode. Whereas like babies are just like made of rubber. Just still don't drop your baby. Just don't do that. That's bad. But congratulations, mine. Congratulations. But yeah, no, just the one thing that I was kind of mentioning right before mine popped in and I had to say congrats is you know, like something that I'm kind of proud of actually is that this is a spot and a place where you can kind of just it doesn't matter where you're from. Like there's many people in this chat from Russia. There's many people in this there's quite a number of people in this chat from Ukraine. There's people from all around the world who watch this stream. And I've only been called a Nazi once for allowing Russians to watch my stream. So we're doing pretty good. Your 8-year-old, when she was like 6 months, fell off the bed like 8 times? I used to do that. I used to roll off the lower bunk of the bunk bed that I used to sleep on growing up. I don't know how the fuck I did that. Yeah, just be respectful. Don't kill people. You know, I was raised very religious. Only once. Only once. I've only been called a Nazi once. I didn't even ban the person because I was so shocked. I was raised very religious, and my pastor growing up said something to me which is stuck in my brain for my entire life, which is, don't care what religion you're part of. All religions are valid in some way. But if it tells you to kill people, you're in the wrong fucking religion. And that goes for governments as well. That was my pastor. That was Pastor Bob. Pastor Bob's last day at church was the last day that I went to church because I liked Bob so much. On his last day, he literally was just like, I'm retired, like at the end of the service, and he just like undid like the like tight neck collar thingy that pastors have, dropped his robes, and underneath his robes he was wearing a BC Lions jersey and cargo shorts, and took his fancy shoes off that he wore, and off of his belt he pulled off 2 flip-flops and put on flip-flops, put on a backwards Canucks baseball cap, and grabbed the 2-liter of Diet Coke from behind the mantle at the back, and then just walked out the back door and said, I'm going to Disneyland. And we're just like, love you, man. It's one of the last times I ever saw the dude. Kind of miss that guy. One of the best people I ever met. Not really one for religion, but some of the best people I've ever known in my life are it's because of that. Who called me a Nazi for asking for a friend? I can't even remember. Some random. It was the first and last thing they'd ever said in my chat, and they did unfollow me. They'd been previously following me, cutest, but... Also, that is the best use of the default smiley I think I've ever seen. For reference, all I'm doing in the game right now is just kind of keeping an eye on depressed dwarves and seeing what I can do to change their situation to maybe make it slightly better. That's all I'm really doing. Sounded like a sitcom scene. I mean, it wasn't like the whole crowd was laughing. I mean, he hung around in the back room, like in the meeting area afterwards, and just that's how you quit from church. He almost, in his early days of being a pastor, he was originally he was originally with a much more fundamentalist church, and got booted out of that church because he kept going outside of the church and marrying non-heterosexual couples at their homes. So he kept like leaving and performing wedding ceremonies for couples that the church did not deem clean. So he was actually booted out of the original church that he was at. He's a good dude. Was it the current pope or the last one that looked like Emperor? I think they all the popes look like Emperor Palpatine. Come on. They're all just like varying layers of like Sith Lord. Varying levels of Sith Lord. But then again, like old man in robe just kind of looks like a Sith Lord. All right, we're in mid-spring. I can turn the fountains back on. Meditating on disease. Oh, that is a depressed dwarf. What are you clothes making? Old man in robe look like Sith. I mean, Rome, robe, same thing. Cloak. Vatican is in Rome. That's like a district of Rome, basically. I mean, it is technically its own country, is it not? I'll be honest, I don't pay that much attention to the Vatican. Another neat thing about my old pastor, Bob, is he used to have the best house at Halloween. And he would bring the intercom machine from the church, because there was an intercom machine in the church. It's basically just like a box with a speaker. And when they replaced it, he took the old one home. And so he would set it up around his house, and he would put speakers in all of the gardens next to fake ghosts, and he would voice act the fake ghosts from the upstairs balcony of his house, and he'd just like peer out into the yard and see who was coming in and call them out and comment on their costumes and how good or bad they were and shit like that. And if he saw people he recognized, he'd start calling at you by name, which is very fun. I am the ghost of this thing. And yeah, it was good times. I love that some people perform some Undertale music for the Pope. Yeah, I saw that. Is that real? Animal? Because I don't even know. I did that twice up there. Honestly, you know, this has nothing to do with what we were just talking about, but this is the most obtuse thing in Dwarf Fortress to me. That's the mini-map. The fuck does any of that shit mean? Like, I've been playing this game for a very long time. I have no idea what anything in that screen is. It's like, it does change when you go up per level. It's like, okay, that one, I can kind of see the outer wall here. It's like, okay, that's kind of my build, and I guess those are like the tops of trees, but it's so abstracted, it's completely useless. Welcome to a bunch of blocks that nobody uses. Meanwhile, the Steam version's minimap is going to look like... this, and actually be usable. It'll actually be usable. I can't wait. Look at that little minimap. You'll actually be able to use it. It's fantastic. I can't wait. That's like one of the things I'm the most excited about, is actually having a minimap I can fucking use. Also, Chups, it's good to see you, by the way. I think it's interesting that they are adding graphics to the game. I think it's gonna be really cool. I really hope that people like it. Cleaning yourself. You got a soapy bath. Is blissful after a soapy bath. You were just not bothered enough to close it. Fair. Hey, Star Legend. Currently have a fort of 162 dwarves. What should you be aware of right now? Exclamation point tile set if you want the graphics pack I'm using. It's a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set, so it's all credits to him. What should you be on the lookout for right now? That's enough dwarves that you could get attacked by basically anything. So, worry about defenses. Hey, Mark, what's up? How's things? You have a scary attic. You had a scary attic when you were a kid, so you connected your remote control servo to your RC plane and to a tape recorder and played back how I called for my sister when she went up there and almost reached the tape deck, and I called from below so that she couldn't go up there. There was a demon in the attic and tried to lure us up. Oh. We had a really creepy basement growing up. No attic, though. When you were there, you loved it as a non-believer, but you appreciator of the earth. I mean, just from the point of like architecture. Like this is actually something that drove me nuts about my ex Twitch ups is whenever we would travel, I would always want to go to the fancy old churches, not for religious reasons, but just because they're pretty. Like they're well-built buildings. They're pretty, you know? And I want to go look at the pretty building. But she was always like, it's a church. It's like, okay. It's like if I were like close to the capital of the US, I'd love to go look at all of the monuments and everything, even though like I have a lot against what goes on in the capital of the US. I don't know. I mean, if I was close to the Vatican, absolutely, I'd spend a day wandering around there just to like look at it. Something funny teaching your daughter that ain't a word when I'm teaching her what it is and what it means, and it's improper contraction. It stands for R is not. I get some of those teachers. Yes. There's a lot of words that aren't words that are words. Although I probably would have failed English. What is it you're supposed to do with that image? Probably the best video teaching. Well, I have a video saying how to set up a tile set, but Krug Smash's video called Your First Fortress. He actually shows how to set up a tile set at the very beginning of the video. Here, just let me get you a link. It'll show you how to set it up. He's also the person that made that tile set. Oh, so you're just a fossil because you're in Oklahoma. Sorry, that was mean. But that image is the graphics pack. Wait, what's the drinking age in Oklahoma? I can say that, but it doesn't make it true. Wait, hold on a second. If the drinking age in Oklahoma is 21, did they used to have a younger drinking age? I've also never been to Oklahoma, so. I like throwing shade at places that I've never been. Except for Toronto. Fuck Toronto. I've been to Toronto. I will throw all of the shade at Toronto. I do not like Toronto. Worst city. Their airport sucks. A city that's only real claim to fame is we have giant pointy tower and a bad hockey team. Obviously compensating for something. Lives in Winnipeg? What's that? Sorry. Yeah. In Canada, this isn't Winnipeg, but in Canada we have a joke party called the Rhino Party, which sometimes runs and usually doesn't. But they exist, and their Wikipedia page is amazing. But the Rhino Party had a very brief period where they were like, one of the things that they wanted to do was they wanted to pave over Manitoba, make the world's largest parking lot because it's not useful for anything else. In Canada, we have a parental supervision law that allows you to have alcohol in the home if your parents give it to you and it's not hard liquor. So if it's like beer or like a cooler or something that's, or a mixed drink that's like below 5%, 5% or below, then you can give it to somebody who's 16 and up. But in public, to buy it and go out drinking, it's just flat 19 for everything. Although that might vary from province to province. I don't know what the laws are everywhere. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to like arrest you if you give your kid 6% alcohol drink, but that's what the law says. Because nobody cares. Crane seems pretty nice right now. But... I mean, for me, I think that destigmatizing alcohol at a like responsible age is a good thing for a kid, because like, you know, every kid's going to rebel. It's not a matter of when. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. And you want them to rebel with things that aren't immediately harmful, right? She hates it. Excellent. Hey, you have vodka in the house and the site with the kiddo, and she is not wants to see me drink. When I was at my grandma's house at Christmas once, I asked what they were drinking, and my grandma said gin. And I asked for some, and she gave me a shot glass of gin when I was like 6. Cured me from wanting to drink hard liquor until I was an adult, basically. Like, it was like a quarter full shot. It was like that much in the bottom of the shot glass of just straight gin. Now I love gin. Gin's amazing. Is it a game theory, Axon? I haven't read the rest of the sentence. I'll finish reading it. Where if you drink informally with your parents' supervision, then the kids will think that it's lame and boring. To be fair, alcohol can be tasty, but being drunk all the time is lame and also pretty boring. Like, there's this... I don't know if this is a thing these days, but at least when I was growing up, there was this weird romanticism around alcoholism that was very common in, like, media. It was something that, you know, every cartoon had the silly drunk guy who was always just, like, sitting there with a cane and just chugging alcohol all the time. You know, like, that stereotype was very common to a point where I actually think it's kind of concerning. I mean, that's covering your bases. Stone. I mean, recently I learned that daylight savings is Canada's fault. So, you know, if that makes you feel any better about your country. So, yeah, absolutely, that too. It just means you're not going to go to prison if you do it. It doesn't mean that you are encouraged to do it. My phone vibrate. I think I know what that might be. I'm waiting on a package arriving today. Yeah, no, it's the same reason that you can take your kid into any R-rated movie with parental permission, right? It's probably not a good idea. You can blame Canada for daylight savings, yeah, because we did it. But just remember, we burned the White House down. I don't know how that makes this better, but we did. Here you can. You can, like, I, with parental permission, saw a couple R18 movies growing up. I saw District 9 with my dad, and I obviously needed parental permission to see it, and my dad hated it. I loved it. I saw Kick-Ass with parental permission. I'm trying to think. What were other movies? I've seen a good couple. Yeah, I was a good level of inebriated last night. I had 2 beers. Good. Saw American Pie when I was 15. I saw American Pie when I was 15, and I definitely didn't see that movie with parental permission. Definitely found it on the internet and watched it. It's not a very good movie, but I love that movie. This one time at band camp, it also, although the nice thing about American Pie and having seen all of those movies is that it makes the name of band camp way fucking funnier. This one time at band camp, I spent too much money on music. But you know. Is it good? All you hear about it is that it's weird? It's a teenage sex comedy that's very, to give you an idea, Mark, American Pie, the first one, coined the term MILF. That's the kind of movie it is. So if you find movies about horny teenagers funny, it's very funny. But would I recommend anybody watch that movie? Fuck no. Fuck no. Absolutely, Tapioca. Yeah, that checks out. You don't see the appeal? I fucking love the first American Pie. I fucking love that movie. Is it a good movie? Absolutely not. It's just a bunch of horny teenagers, the movie. But it's very entertaining. So bad it's good? I mean, like, the writing of it makes sense, but it's just immature kids being immature. And I was an immature kid when I saw it the first time. So it made sense. Lots of things. Animal. Yeah, it's a classic. It's angsty teenagers in high school, and it's the best angsty teenagers in high school movie. Like, you know the song Stacy's Mom? Stacy's mom has got it going on. She's all I want, and I waited so long. It's literally that, the movie. Like, if you enjoy that song Stacy's Mom and can hum it unironically, yeah, exactly, Frog. If you can unironically hum Stacy's Mom and enjoy that song, you'll like American Pie. If you go, that's a weird song, you won't like American Pie. It's that kind of thing. So any kind of mind-dampening drug makes you feel legitimately ill? Oh, that sucks. We're making new clothing for all of our dwarves right now. Everybody's getting a new set of clothes. Now I've got Stacy's mom stuck in my head. Fuck. It's a bad song, but I like it. What, with it being stuck in your head? It's an earworm, man. Good one. So, yeah, I guess at the end of the day, would I recommend American Pie? No, but If you're in the right headspace, it's the perfect movie. You remember more of American Pie than Star Wars? So it's good if you're stoned? I don't know. So dwarfs say that they're ambivalent. I don't know what they're ambivalent about. Put on a fine... I just put on an exceptional item and I am ambivalent. You are ambivalent to putting on an exceptional item? You ungrateful dwarf. The hell, man. I know you got thrown into prison for absolutely no reason today, but... Did you hear the one about the squids and the forgotten beasts? No, but I'd love to hear the punchline. Hey, hold up a sec. Just realized that you don't actually have any jobs. We should give you some. I remember the pod race and then prequel memes. That's about it from episodes 1, 2, and 3. They're just not great movies. They're just not good. I remember quite a bit of A New Hope. I remember a lot of episode 6 because I watched that movie a lot when I was younger. But yeah, I probably remember more of the original American Pie. I really, really, really like the first 2 American Pie movies. The rest just kind of fall off of a deep end and become trash, garbage, cannon fodder pretty quick. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I watched They Live, like, around Christmas, mind. You know what? That movie ages really well in a way that other movies from the era didn't. Because when that movie came out, it actually kind of got shitty reviews for, like, its special effects. Like, people thought the effects were bad, right? Don't get me wrong. The special effects in They Live are not good. But because they look so cartoony, I think that they age better than a lot of movies from that era that looked better for the time just because of how tacky it is. Also, I mean, it was a social commentary back then, but the social commentary works even better now. And also, that fight scene, that fist fight scene where they just punch each other for like a solid 7 minutes is to this day one of the best fist fight scenes in a movie ever made. Like, just, that is some of the best movie fight scene choreography in a movie. Like, just period. Just period. Yeah. In what movie? They Live. They Live, if you haven't seen They Live is the movie with that has the meme of the guy who's wearing sunglasses and holding a shotgun, and then he takes off the sunglasses and he's wearing another pair of sunglasses under his sunglasses. It's that meme. That's They Live. The guy that just keeps taking off the sunglasses. It's a John Carpenter movie. Best movie ever, almost. Terminator's better, but like it's up there. I mean, it's good. It's really good for what it is. There are parts of that movie that are kind of bland and flat, but like it's a solid 7 out of 10 movie that ages real well. Ironic, oddly enough, my favorite Terminator is the first Terminator. I'm actually a bigger... I don't actually like T2 that much. And T3's fine. But Terminator 1, best Terminator. Just like Alien is the best Alien movie. It's a bad movie with a great idea behind it's a bad movie with a great idea behind it, and some sequences are memorable. I'd just say it's a B movie. It's just a B movie, right? And like, there's lots of good B movies that come out now. It's just a B movie, maybe a C movie, but like, it's just kind of a low budget action movie with a really, really, really good premise. A metal stop motion skeleton? The first Terminator? Yes. I'm gonna go pick up the kiddo. Just don't drop him. You have a good one. Thanks for swinging by. And thanks for the sub. Speaking of subs, Cleno with the 18th month. Welcome back.
Hey, folks.
Be sure to drop her off at your house. Absolutely, yes. Definitely drop her off where she's supposed to be. Is less of a great movie and more of a time capsule of action blockbuster. T1 had the plot going for it. I like T2 and I like T3. I think Terminator 2 and Terminator 3 are good movies, but Terminator 1 is my favorite, hands down. Like, Terminator 1 is top 10 favorite movies of all time. T2 and T3 aren't in the top 10 for me. Like, if I were to say, like, favorite movies of all time, like, yes, there's probably some better quotes in Terminator 2, like, give me your clothes and your jacket and your bike. Just all that shit is just very funny. But, like, and everybody likes Arnold Schwarzenegger as the good guy. But my favorite one is T1. I haven't seen Genesis. The popular opinion of the recent ones is they're all terribad, but I haven't watched any of those movies. With ideas, appreciator. There's reasons why I like almost everything that Nicolas Cage has ever been in. Even though I can... Oh, Tremors is incredible. Tremors is amazing. Tremors is top 10 favorite movies of all time. Tremors is a fucking fantastic movie. I will watch Tremors any day of the year. It's a fucking great movie. Absolutely great fucking movie. All 6 of them. Now that one I will hesitate. To all 6 of them. But Tremors 1 is a classic. You know what's also a classic? And not a bad movie in any way, and only has good ideas? Blues Brothers. It's kind of old news now, but there was a brief period of time here where the Blues Brothers became kind of a meme in this chat because we learned at a after hours session, which is a show that me and my team used to run, which is currently on hiatus, but during an after hours session, I learned that nobody in my entire stream team, so none of the streamers I work with, have seen or even heard of the Blues Brothers. And I still think that this is some sort of crime against humanity that needs to be remedied somehow, and it genuinely bothers me that nobody in my stream team has seen the Blues Brothers except for me. Because to me, it's like an all-time classic, one of the best movies ever made. I hate Illinois. It's so good! You don't like Nazis? You can see a Nazi get shot into space practically in that movie. That is a fantastic movie. What's the holdup? I hate Illinois Nazis. Have you never seen the Blues Brothers, Tapio? Because that, like, if people ask me, it's like, if you've never seen a movie before and you only have time in your life to see one movie, I will tell you to go watch the Blues Brothers. It is that good of a movie. You know that you agreed to see the Penguin when you got out. Fuck the Penguin. Yeah, it's. I need white bread toast dry. And 3 fried chickens and a Coke. Will those be chicken wings or chicken legs? Ma'am, 3 fried chickens and a Coke. You hear what those men just ordered? What? One of them wants white bread, toast, dry. Elwood. The other one wants 3 fried chickens. That's Jake and Elwood, the Blues Brothers. For reference, Tapioca, the Blues Brothers is a musical, which was put together by the 2 lead actors who are comedians, because legendary blues musicians in the States had no retirement fund at all, and they were all broke. So these legendary, like, fathers of rock and roll, essentially, were broke. So they were just like, all right, so we need to make a movie about blues music so that we can hire all of these musicians and make enough money for them to have a retirement fund, was literally the purpose of the entire movie. And Blues Brothers 1 is the most cop cars, or most cars in a movie destroyed of all time. And the only movie to one it up was the sequel, which has great music in it, but isn't as good of a movie, unfortunately. The music in Blues Brothers 2, 2000 is fantastic, but the movie itself is just, it's just not as good of a movie, unfortunately. Yeah, so it's like the second most vehicles in a movie destroyed. So if it's like there is a movie where a police car is chasing a thing, drives off of the highway, down like the side of the road, up the side of the other side of the highway, jumps over the highway, collides with a semi-truck trailer, and they're just sitting there in the semi-truck, and the guy in the back seat leans forward and grabs the microphone and goes, "Hey, guess where we are?" "Over. Where?" "We're in a truck." It's like, it's the dumbest fucking car stunts you'll ever see in a movie. It is fantastic. And they got fined a lot of fucking money for dropping a car from a helicopter in the middle of a city without telling anybody that they were going to do it. So they ended up getting fined thousands and thousands of dollars for dropping a vehicle from a helicopter in the middle of a city. Yeah, also, like, I have a cassette of the soundtrack, and I listen to it kind of frequently. It is a good movie. And the best part about this entire speech of me talking about the Blues Brothers is I've spoiled a few things in the Blues Brothers, sort of. I haven't spoiled the half of it. The amount of shenanigans in that 2 hours is just, mwah, mwah. It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You're gonna have to watch that again now? It's on Netflix. I think it's on Amazon Prime. Hold on a second. Can I watch it? You know, oh no, I have to rent it. Never mind. For a second I was like, I could do a watch party for the Blues Brothers, and then I realized, no, I actually can't because I have to rent it. It's not on Prime proper. God damn it. You have recorded it so you can watch it? My parents have like a VHS and the DVD of it. What kind of music do you guys normally play here? Oh, we got both kinds. We got country and western. Both kinds of music. Man, would you stop puking? Disgusted after being nauseated by the sun. Well, at least you're, like, happy. Aside from the obvious sun nauseating disgust. But yes, one of the greatest movies of all time. Balrog 333. We haven't dug deep enough to find you yet. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Yeah, can I get a round of beers? Second, brand new. Prime sub of the day. Third, actually. Is that the third? Yes, the third brand new Prime subscription of the day. Big thanks. Thanks for keeping this weird channel funded. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and whatnot. Also, because I haven't promoted this enough, you guys should definitely, after the stream, listen to the most recent episode of my podcast. It's got a little interview with the developer of Oddrun, which I put up on the YouTube channel separately, and also it's probably the best episode we've ever done. So very much recommend listening to it. Watching every news video you make about Dwarf Fortress, the Prime sub is the least you can do. Thanks for all your hard work. Cheers, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah, those videos take more out of me than I think some people realize. In the entirety of all of the news videos I've done, it's like there's like 90 of them now or something ridiculous like that. There was one comment that I got once, which was just, why the fuck does this guy have a Patreon? He's just talking over screenshots, which is maybe the funniest comment I think I've ever gotten. I laughed so hard when I saw it. It's like, this is a person who has absolutely no idea how much effort video editing takes. This is a person who has zero clue about how much work goes into stuff. Stuff like that just amuses me. Like, you'd think it would make me mad, but no, it just amuses me. I laughed pretty hard when I saw that. But thank you. It means a lot. I'm just glad people enjoy those videos. Yeah, I mean, like, my Patreon, yeah, yes, like, yeah, the names go into the credits and all that, but, like, the 8 million hours of streams. That's a bit of an exaggeration. No, I don't mind comments like that. Like I said, that one was just funny. Greetings from Germany. Well, hello. Hello from Canada. Yeah, no, it's neat that people watch it. YouTube is really difficult for me to Is this a low graphic RimWorld type game? RimWorld is a bland copy of this game in a lot of ways. This is the granddaddy of RimWorld. RimWorld wouldn't exist without this game. Also, hi, Seeker, long time. The flag for visually impaired is because my right eye doesn't work at all and my left eye barely works. I see out of a very small tunnel, and I have a lot of floating blind spots, so my eyes are absolute trash. I actually removed that command. I need to rewrite it. I need to make it more accurate, because I wrote that in like 2015, so I want to update it, but I haven't gotten around to it. I don't even think people have watched 7 million. Actually, hold on. How many hours of my YouTube channel have people watched in a lifetime? People have watched 203,000 hours of watch time over the entire history of my YouTube channel. Your dwarf passed away of old age a long time ago. It's been a while. At least I think it was old age. It was either old age or tantrum or something. Your dwarf is unfortunately no longer with us. "60 police cars were purchased for the making of this film and none survived naturally. Many police cars were destroyed in the making of this film. About what you expected? Well, I mean, you know, like I said, it's been a while. You know, just because you guys are like, you know, talking about living in a similar part of the world, there was one time I was watching a stream. It was a stream that like I watch sometimes. And there was this person who mentioned something that just opened up that I know for a fact is close to me. You made $1.24 in ads this month? Fuck yeah, dude. The thing that had just opened up, which I'm not going to say what it is because it'll dox me. And I literally just responded to them with like the name of the part of town that I live in, and they just immediately DM'd me and sent me the street that they live on, and they were like 2 blocks that way. It's like a very strange. Like we never ended up meeting up or anything, but it was just like well, hi from like across town, just up the street technically. I do about $1.20 to $2 a day in ads usually, maybe, for whatever it's worth. But I also actively try to not make money off of ads and don't run the auto ads or anything. I don't know. I'd rather have pre-rolls. I think like watch an ad when you start watching a stream and then fuck them. Don't worry about them. If you like what I do, chuck dollars at me. I don't need to harass you with brands or crappy candy. Just so they're not so annoying. I know FG Squared, one of my teammates who rated us earlier today, she has a button to skip the automated ad breaks. So if there's like a good conversation or something going and she has a thingy that gives her like a 5-minute notice, she pushes a button to skip it. But outside of that, there really isn't anything you can do. You miss crappy candy? I don't. Like, that's the one thing about diabetes that I don't miss is being tempted to buy fucking gummy worms every time I go to the grocery store. It's like, now it's like, if I'm going to buy candy, I buy like the $6 organic dark chocolate bar and I eat it 1 square at a time over 5 days. That's how I do that now. The best candy? I don't know if I agree with that. One thing I do miss is high quality soda. I really miss nice pops, like the nice ones with cane sugar and good ingredients. I really miss those. Candy though, yeah, not so much. Not so much. Yes. Very, very slow consumption and cup of decaf coffee. Well, or coffee. Better. Carbohydrates. Sugar is a type of carbohydrate. Mark. Diabetes, or type 1 diabetes, which is what I have, is lack of insulin production, whereas type 2 diabetes is insulin resistance. So you still produce insulin in most cases for type 2 diabetes, but your body is just resistant to it, and it's something that can be caused by diet and also corrected by diet. Whereas type 1 diabetes, which is what I have, is a genetic disorder, which it's a genetic autoimmune disorder where your pancreas simply ceases to function. So I produce no insulin instead of having insulin resistance due to poor diet and poor health. So you can be in superb health and get type 1 because your body just decided to kill itself, basically. Basically, my body got depressed and decided to cease functioning. And as considering my mind does that all the time, like it's, you know, pretty par for the course for me. You know, honestly, I feel this way, Tygo, and I think it's if you eat a lot of trash, and for a very brief period last year, I kind of got into this habit. If you eat a lot of crappy food, for me, it was a local fried chicken place. But if you eat a lot of crappy food, you start to crave more crappy food. Like if you eat very salty food or very fatty foods, your body starts to crave that. And the solution to not craving that stuff is just not eating it. It's like, I used to eat fast food basically every day because I worked at McDonald's and it was free because of my position at the job that I was at. I got all of my meals for free. So I used to eat fast food basically every day. The solution to that was I just quit cold turkey one day. I just stopped. And now I walk past a McDonald's and I find the smell kind of repulsive. And I cannot eat Subway anymore. So for me, it's just like no, I don't crave cheap candy because I haven't eaten cheap candy in like 6 years. I don't crave fast food because I don't eat fast food ever. I miss those, but I miss those because nostalgia. Not because I actually want to eat them. Like, I look at the box of them and I go, what about chips? I mean, I like nice chips. I don't like cheap chips. I make my own chips, actually. I made yam chips a couple days ago. You just need a good cutting knife and that's sharp. And cut them real thin and fry them. Or sear them or bake them. You survived work? Yay! What's the haul, Space Pirate? Because I assume that, you know, you're flying back down to Earth with your rocket ship. So what's the haul for today? Are they cheap as chips? So cheap as a potato. Not so much chips. Also, chips aren't that cheap. Yeah, no, like a lot of like cheap chips, it's like, ugh. Like even the idea of them makes me feel kind of sick. Same energy drinks do that to me too now. It's like, I used to drink a lot of energy drinks. And now when people are surprised when I'm just like, oh man, I didn't sleep well last night. It's like, why don't you drink an energy drink? It's like, I'd rather eat my own foot. And not have a foot for the rest of my life. The cheap ones are, yes. Good chips are more expensive. Potato Crisps has too many like syllables in it, which is why I will always call them chips and fries. I want less syllables in my sentences. Like I will differentiate between football and American football. Football is what Europeans refer to as football, and American football is what Americans refer to as football. I will differentiate there, but I will never cave on chips and fries because potato crisps, po-tay-to crisp, potato crisp versus chip. Fucking way too many syllables for the same thing. You're heading up for the day. You will leave a lurk on home for a while. We'll see you when we see you, Aqua. I don't know if you'll be on later, but let's just looking at the clock. We got another fucking 8 hours left at least. Probably do lunch in about 30 minutes and then we'll swap forts. Eating your own foot will definitely wake you up. Yeah, lots of pain. I mean, so will eating your own food, but foot will also wake you up. One thing you notice in Roller Coaster Tycoon is fries are sold in the chip shop, and they both the fries shop and the chip shop both sell the same product. Really? Huh. I know what you meant, but you've been trying to cut down on soybean oil and canola oil and use more olive oil. I have olive oil, almond oil, and avocado oil, and it's one of the few, and I mentioned this a couple times today, it's one of the few things I spend extra money on at the grocery store. It's worth it. You always thought energy drinks were terrible? I always thought they were terrible, but I used to drink them. Like, I used to say, oh, this is awful, and then I'd drink it and enjoy it. Feel bad about it. Hey, Psychon, what's up? How's things? I'm all out. This lower layer is looking cooler. Definitely nicer than the gray. Too sweet for you? There is one energy drink brand I like, which is basically just like carbonated matcha tea. But it's literally like the equivalent of a cup of tea. Like it's got like no added anything. It's just like condensed matcha. And you can just make condensed matcha. It's like a triple shot of espresso, basically. It's also got no added sugar, so it's actually very bitter. don't say potato crisp, you say crisp. Potato is implied. Well, that's not what Frog for Hire said. I've always wanted to try matcha tea. I don't know if it's a common thing out there, but at least here you go to like fucking any coffee shop these days will have matcha around here. Even like Starbucks, you can go get a matcha stuff. But matcha's not too expensive, so just make it home. Mm-hmm. But like you also see, so this is something that like I don't fully get, right? Like there's things that we call certain things in Canada, but why is it with people in the UK, every time chips come up, we have to get re-educated on how they're crisps and not chips? Why is that? And it's specifically with that thing. Like, why don't you educate us about something useful? It's always like, you know, that's not what they're called here. Fucking who cares? The most irrelevant tush. Mocha? that is funny. They just have some terms that trigger them. I mean, the football one I get. But, like, shut up about the crisps. It's just like certain Americans insisting that toques are not called toques and toboggans are a hat. It's like a toboggan's a fucking sled, you weirdo. Christ. The hell. Why are checks spelled different in Canada? I'm not a fucking linguistics expert. Check Wikipedia. It'll tell you. I actually don't know the exact reason. But I don't know the actual reason off the top of my head. I could just go look at the Wikipedia page if you'd like. But TLDR, it's like the American president wanted to like change the way shit was written. Mocha is pronounced, it's like a, well, technically it's like a maca, isn't it? But, well, a maca pot is different from a mocha. A mocha is a type of drink. And toques are very unreliable hobbits, this is true. Not to be confused with a toque. A toque is a hat. A toque is a hobbit. And skinny dipping in your own pool between the hours of 9 o'clock in the morning and 7 p.m. is legal in Canada. Also, it's illegal to run your sled dogs on the sidewalk. This is... That's maybe my favorite, like, stupid Canadian law is it's illegal to drive sled dogs on the sidewalk because it's considered a motorized vehicle. But, you know... Hey, the humans have arrived. The royal treasurer is here, alongside of the first caravan, and I have to continue reading the word stories, so bear with me. Where was I? Sumo squids attack, prefer eating food. Camera points see Ferrari, go the drums. What? Did you have a seizure there? Awaken the master for profits. Outer rim flavored socks taste like crypto. Great friends sleep when others drink cola. During sleep walking, don't use scissors. Oxygen overrated, however, it seems checks are done. We're all caught up. And the other human caravan has arrived. If you're confused about what the fuck just happened, that's acceptable. If you want to find out what just happened and want to participate join my Discord. And Go to the add a word stories room and write down words. And if you just write a string of curse words, I'll just skip them. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. Ilda. Thrandelea. Is that a new person? Unchecked. Ha! I got it. Let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. No, that's Moe. Moeka is very a different thing. That's it. Yeah, I mean, for a brief period there, the add a word story was just people like trying to make me say rude words and just like inserting like fuck for no reason. It's like, no. Pure immature twattery out of here. I don't recognize the name, so I was wondering if you did, Stone. Oxygen is overrated. You can live without oxygen until you die. That's just like the argument that was in against getting vaccinated in Channel 5's People's Convoy video, where he's just like, if you've taken the vaccine, you're going to die. That's it. It's done. You're going to die. It's like as if you're not going to die. It's very funny to me. It's like everybody who breathes oxygen dies. Anyway, again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your people. Did I upset you, kitty? I bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Don't call you out like that? What? For breathing oxygen, cutest? Okay. Good to know. Stone. Starts adding words poopy head and poopy to the Discord. You actually. No, you didn't. Liar. Work stuff came up. We'll be back later. Cool. Well, I'll still be on later. Speaking of later, Lake Bear, what up? Have you heard of the hydrogen monoxide scare? What, like, have you ever had, have I ever had hydrogen monoxide poisoning? I mean, I know dumb kids who gave themselves carbon monoxide poisoning, if that's what you're talking about, but I'm not entirely certain what you're referring to. Old man is politely asking for food. You like food? I don't know. Did you guys hear that meow? He definitely just meowed at me. I'm very confused about this whole thing. Oh, is it literally just water? Can you tell that I'm not very educated in this field, chat? So people who live in places where it never gets cold enough to wear them? Mm-hmm. Which is why they don't know what they're talking about. Or as a Canadian would say, that's why they don't know what they're talking about. You guys want to see the old man before I give him food, chat? I'm pausing the game for a sec. Come here, old man. Ugh. I don't take care of him very often. I'm just cat sitting. He's my parents' cat. I grew up with this guy though. We got him when I was 6. I'm 27. It's an old cat. All right. I'm gonna let you guys just watch the dwarves deliver stuff. I'm going to do lunch real quick, as well as the cat. I'm gonna feed him too. And when we come back, we'll do a little bit more Longdeath, and then we will swap over to the other fort with the other install. Back in a couple.
Sandwich!
Meow meow. Hello again, kittens. Alright, you little shits.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Cheese for everyone!
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Woohoo!
I need to fix the hell command. That one's broken. Question. Why did the game pause? Because if somebody's commands are broken, just kill me. But it's tier 2s and patrons. Tier 2 plus patrons. And a few special cases that have them. Did someone get born? Ah, we got a baby. We got a baby. He is a son of Imush and Kolsoth, and is a faithful worshipper of Shin Russet Amber and a worshipper of Shistek. But yeah, if somebody's missing stuff that I owe, just let me know. Baby. Yeah, it is. There was somebody here earlier today who wanted a baby. Is there anybody here who doesn't have a dwarf in this fort who would like one? Someone claimed the baby's life. Yeah, there was somebody here earlier who mentioned that they wanted one. Bloodcat? Yeah, you can have one. He's got his daddy's beard. Hey, Hex. What's up? Bloodcat 17. Nope, that would just mean that I screwed up. Because I recently migrated to a new bot. And, what's the word? I recently migrated to a new bot. So I had to manually move everything over to the new bot. And if I missed somebody, it means that I probably missed typing in the name. Try him now. Is your dwarf still alive, Hex? No. I don't think so. I can run through and check, but I don't think so. So you say ga-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He is short and not very strong. His very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, just like his father's. And his very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His teeth are tangled. Ooh. And he has a very clear voice. He has an angular chin, and his ears are somewhat short. His hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. You hope you don't die right away. You'll be okay. Do you know this? There you go. That fix it. Yeah, I migrated over to a new bot right at the beginning of the month, or around a couple days into the month. So some stuff fell through the cracks. Like some commands are still kind of broken, and I need to fix them.
Anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
In Dwarf Fortress, all male babies are born with a beard, and the first thing you do is give them alcohol. He is indefatigable and rarely sick. You never see that. Indefatigable? Really? It's weak and flimsy. He likes claystone, zinc, and jasper opal, platypus, parchment, and tables and mini forges and reindeer for their large herds. Gray squirrel men for their tails, and the sight of the heliotrope berry, and when possible prefers to consume lungfish and banana beer. I like banana beer. I've had banana beer in real life. And he absolutely hates toads. Well, female dwarves are not. Unless you change the raws so that they are. He personally finds himself somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Sees introspection as important. Yeah, I've had banana beer in real life. 3 different ones, actually. I've had a banana bread beer, which is quite widely available in mass market. I had a banana Hefeweizen, which was just like a Hefeweizen with more banana in it, because Hefeweizens have kind of a banana-y weird flavor to them. And I had a banana stout, which was delicious. It was like drinking chocolate banana cake. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. So many thoughts for baby. Well, he actively avoids exciting or stressful situations because he's a baby and his mom won't let him. He isn't particularly ambitious because he's a baby and can't move or talk yet. He has little interest in joking around because he doesn't know what humor is yet. And he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity because he's a baby. And he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. Don't take away his crayons, but his art is terrible. He generally acts with an arrow focused on the current activity, currently crayons, and has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good baby. I don't know. Seems like a baby to me. It's just about how you read it, you know? If you think about it as, this is a baby, they just get really funny when you read them. It's like he's rarely lustful. Naturally, he's a baby. But yeah, generally with things with my bot, it's like if something is broken, just tell me what I owe you and I'll fix it. Looks like a future hauler. Weak is a problem, but indefatigable is irresistible. I mean, everybody in this fortress is a hauler, you know? We all haul things. But in regards to your dwarf Hex, I don't think you're still alive, but like I said, I can check. Yeah, no Hex Wrench is currently alive. Well, I mean, that's like saying humans lust for water on Earth. And it made you smile. Portal has a tendency to do that. The part where he kills you. It's a good part. And this is the part where I kill you. Speaking of Portal things that make me smile, I replayed Aperture Desk Job over my days off. Aperture Desk Job. It's very good. Like very, 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 very good. I really like that thing, even though it's literally just a playable advertisement. It's a playable advertisement, but man, I enjoy that stupid thing. Really, really happy that it exists. Can probably trade. We're still bringing stuff. The part where he kills you, yes. This is the part where he kills us. Hello, this is the part where I kill you. Chapter 9, the part where he kills you. Achievement unlocked, the part where he kills you, yes. It's like, in case we didn't make it clear yet, this is the part where he kills you, and then you just, like, shoot a portal behind him and jump away. It's just like, bye! Portal. Wonderful game. I've got all of these parchment choirs. The problem is there's a very real reality that a lot of these are books. But they're all about to fall apart, so I'm gonna be curious to see what happens when that stuff starts happening. When my paper starts fading away. No, it wasn't very effective, but he did get the point across. Enemy Wheatley used the part where he kills you. It wasn't very... Wild Wheatley appears. Man, I love Portal. You know, I kind of almost want to play through Portal again in April. Because I did last year. Because it was the 10-year anniversary of Portal 2. Kind of just want to play Portal 2 annually. You confess that you haven't watched the Blues Brothers? Okay. And how do you plan to remedy that? Because it's time to admit that you haven't played Portal yet? I mean... Okay. I mean, like, I know people who, like, started playing Portal 1, got confused by the physics puzzles, and then uninstalled Portal 1. I know a few people like that. It's gonna be the 11th year anniversary. You make a solid point, B-Lug. You bought it recently? It was actually kind of funny. Somebody watched me play through Portal 1 this Christmas and then played through it the next day and said that they didn't understand any of the puzzle solutions in Portal 1 and had to solve all the puzzles themselves because I just walk into those rooms and go, boop, 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 done. And I just walk into the next room because I just kind of know all the solutions and I understand the logic of Portal enough that I can just, like, do that now. Yeah. And I really like that. Quickly forget the part where he kills you. It hits better when you're in the moment. Also, I think it's okay to openly spoil a 10-year-old game in my chat. That's fine. It's just like, the cake is a lie, you know? You know, like, if you go spoiling, like, Elden Ring in my chat right now, I might bop it, but... The spoilers have been inevitable. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to avoid, the spoilers for no, because I don't really follow Elden Ring stuff. It ain't about Onion Rings. Damn it! I watched Donkey's video on it. I don't know if that counts, but I really enjoyed Donkey's video on it, where he like breaks the AI of the final boss. Hold on a second. Chat.
You fucking donkey!
Yeah, I know. OBS is on Steam? Huh. Apparently it is. I mean, it's free. I mean, whoop, OBS right here. Huh. I mean, it's just another way of distributing it, but I mean, all right. Cool. I'm always a little bit perplexed by random software that pops up on Steam, but like you could stream yourself streaming yourself playing a game too. I mean, there's a lot of things I could do. Hold on, does it have cloud support? Steam is learning about this software. Yeah, well, I mean, first blend moves, updates, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about cloud saves. Huh. I like this review, which is, it's better than unregistered Hypercam 2. Which is true. It is indeed better than unregistered Hypercam 2. But real kids were using fraps anyway. I think I paid for fraps. I think. Yeah, oh, it is from the rightful maintainer. Yeah, no, like that much is legit. The reason I saw this is because they tweeted it. Like, yeah, they tweeted it. Like, this is the official tweet. So yeah, no, it is them that did it. Huh. It's interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I'm just like kind of perplexed. No, I don't think anyone else is trying to impersonate them, and that's the official Twitter account for OBS project. Speaking of OBS, did you get a chance to listen to that podcast I linked you to at all, Belug? I feel like you'd really enjoy the first episode of it, which is just about OBS. So much clothing is getting sold. Wait, hold on. Are we selling? Hold on a thing. Oh. We are. Some of the King's wife's clothing is getting sold. This is wonderful. Not yet? Gotcha. Also, I need to log out of Twitter. I posted the if you look at the subsection of Twitch of the Discord, then you'll see why I need to log off of Twitter. So I'm closing Twitter now. FG asked the really important question in the secret Discord for Halcyon Frequency, which is the important thing about OBS. Does it have Steam achievements? I chat. It doesn't have Steam achievements. You know, honestly, if OBS Studio had a Steam achievement, which is like, start your first live stream 100%, I would 1,000% download it, start a live stream, and then end it. Also, over my days off, I was sitting and thinking about things. And one of the things that I was thinking about is I'm thinking about building a server. Like, just like getting me like an 8-bay server and filling it up with Western Digital black drives and using it as a local backup and other things maybe. And one of the things that I was thinking about running on it was potentially a 24-hour stream of a thing. I've got a few ideas, a few dumb ideas. One is like running a 24-hour, 24/7 stream of my podcast, just in the podcasts and talk shows room, or section of Twitch on the Halcyon Frequency channel. It's one of the ideas that I had. Got a few dumb ideas. A few dumb ideas. Need somewhere to put it, though. Yeah. Frogfire. Yeah. Problem is I need the funding for it, and I need to pay taxes. I need to pay my taxes. So which means I might have budget by summer. Might. Although I still need, like, computer hardware to get a little cheaper. May or may not be a thing that'll happen in the next 10 years. Data hoarding is a disease? Yes, but keeping backups for things that you need is not. And right now my only source of backups is Google Drive, which is not a good place to back up stuff. Which is literally the only backups I have. I would like to be able to back up my Longdeath save, as an example, after every stream. I don't need you to warn me that digital hoarding is a problem, because I am like the anti-hoarder. I throw stuff out so frequently, it's not even funny. You don't, trust me, you don't need to warn me about that. You're reading about how the Russians are downloading Wikipedia? I mean, isn't all of Wikipedia like a shockingly small amount? $86 gigabytes? Yeah, that's not that bad. I could have like 12 copies of that on my second drive. 15 copies of that with the amount of free space I have. I mean, obviously you need the pictures. How else will you know what Jesus looks like when you land on the Jesus page? Very important to know what Jesus looks like. No, it's not. The one that always shocks me is how small, like the entire NES library of ROMs is. That one always shocks me. They showed him in Prometheus. Well, I'm not sure I quite agree with that canon of Earth lore. But, you know. I mean, if it was a joke, it went whoosh, so. You can load Wikipedia on an iPod? You mean like with the circular twiddle dials? The old school iPod? Like, navigating that would be a pain. Huh. Reminds me of the robot that hitchhiked across Canada and that had Wikipedia in the memory and was able to do conversations. I remember that. Would you pick up a robot that was hitchhiking, B-Lug? I've never heard of that YouTube channel. Judas? What if the robot was just like self-destruct in the second you pick it up? Then he would just be like, that was a joke, haha. Fat chance. Although I bet you'd sound like Stephen Hawking. Like, Steve, is that you? Please tell me about space and why I should be afraid of aliens. It's rare that you don't pick up a hitchhiker. Really? I used to hitchhike around town where I grew up, but that's just because I grew up in a part of town that was kind of isolated and with only a couple hundred people living in there. So, like, if you go for a walk or go for a bike ride, odds are pretty good 1 or 2 pickup trucks with a friend of mine's dad would drive by in the time that I was out there, especially if it was, like, during the day. In the later afternoon when like people are headed home, it was very common that I would just like see people that I know on the road and they'd be like, hey, do you want to ride home? Yeah, sure. So, but I wouldn't hitchhike out here. Usually in rural places. Yeah, in rural places it makes sense. You've lived in places where you could die if nobody picked you up. Yep. I mean, that part of town wasn't too unlike that. I mean, if it was getting dark out, there was like fucking bears and cougars and shit around, so yeah. Electrum, gold, brass. Mm-hmm. I haven't seen Forrest Gump in a really long time. It was a weird lag hitch. Not even a full moon. I was thinking maybe there was a were-creature outbreak somewhere in the world. That's what that felt like. That or a forgotten beast just died somewhere, or a titan just attacked something. Something just happened in the game's background simulation because my drive spun up. It go bzzz. Fans kicked up on my computer too. Weird. My dad, when he was in his early 20s, hitchhiked from Vancouver to Edmonton and then rode his bike back. Which is not something I would ever imagine doing. Wikipedia on a mini iPod. My God. iPods used to suck. That's all I have to say about that. Yeah, I don't, well, outside of a few very specific points in my life, I've never really watched TV with a lot of commercials. Never. It's just not something I've ever really done. But for a bike, that's a lot. Yeah, no, he rode all the way out. He rode over the Rockies. My dad used to do quite a lot of biking. So I saw you follow me the other day. And I'm still trying to like parse your name. No Repine Prince? Anyway, hi. Welcome to the stream. What's up? Ba 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 bum. Bow, bow, bow. Because we are still helping. We hit the original goal in a very short period of time, which makes me very happy. I don't know what chemicals are in my brain, except for the ones I put there, which are generally not good. So no idea. There goes the other humans. Look at all of them wagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn, one. There's 7 wagons. I can't. That's a lot of wagons, dude. And then there's just pools of dwarf pus on the ground. Lovely. You just got back from your anniversary trip. Was it good? You have fun? We need a clothes making demonstration. Wonderful. It was very nice. Good stuff. But chat, I think that might be it for Longdeath for today. Looking at the clock, it's 2:45. We've done about a year in game, which is pretty solid. I think it's time for us to jump over to Mothfall. How does that sound? The other install that we have. So, population went up by 1. We got to work on the beautification some more. Dwarves got breaks. We unstressed a few dwarves and stressed a few others. Put one in prison and pulled him out of prison. Population's the highest it's been in a long time, which is fantastic. I think it's time to save Longdeath. Stream's continuing. We're not even swapping off of Dwarf Fortress. We're just moving to a different save file. One that's a little bit more action heavy anyway. But that sounds lovely, Psychon. Hope it was a good time. Longdeath takes a while to save. Boy, oh boy. Also, my neck hurts from headbanging yesterday. Oh yeah. Yeah, I will absolutely give an intro, as per usual. Yep. There was one tribute. We were getting close to a second one. But we'll do a bit more of it tomorrow. All right. Just got to swap to my other install. It's on a more recent version.